believe I managed to sit down here at, like, 5:30, like, close enough to 5:30, like, my god. Hi, YouTube. Oh god. It's not supposed to get really, really crazy yet. Long freaking chapter. Okay. I mean, GTC with a British accent. Uh, Cockney or posh? Oh, I made it home and ran upstairs to my laptop. I'm good. Thank you. Oh my god, before I forget, I was gonna tweet about this and then I forgot. So this week I'll be doing like 3 streams, depending on when I decide to do the next GTC stream. But if any like donations I get from TikTok, I will match them and I will be like donating them to like mutual aid and also Police Children's Alliance. Like that's what I decided I would do with it. I was talking about this during my last stream because I've been really, 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 really upset about the state of the world. So I was like, I want to do something as little as it is. And if I get any donations through coffee or anything, like I'll also like that will also go there. So yeah, I also put all those like charities that I like personally with my own research found to be like legitimate on my list if you would like to support them directly. And yeah, do your own research, support whatever is like what is happening in Iran and Palestine is just I mean, it's been like this since 2.5 years, like for a long time. But yeah, I was just getting upset about that. So that's what I decided to do. Anyway, just thought I mentioned that it's because like when you donate through like when you donate to my streams or anything, like coffee takes money, TikTok takes money. So it's like I'm gonna match that. But if you would like to, like, if you feel the urge to donate to a stream of mine, just go to my link tree and donate to those charities instead. Anyway, that's my little spiel. Oh, so well, bye. Have a good class. Okay. So I was gonna make the matchamyeon, and we're not making the matchamyeon. That is for the next stream. We have chapter 27 of Gimme That Candy Floss. I should have looked up how to pronounce this, but matchamyeon meokgo gallae, which means would you like do you want to have some matchamyeon? I think that's what it means. So anyways, if you know, you know. If you're here, then you probably know. Summary: 1 pack of budak noodles, 2 tablespoons of culinary grade matcha. That is too much matcha. That is too much matcha. 1.5 cups of milk. 1 soft boiled egg, handfuls of baby spinach, green onions, carrots, blah blah. Chili oil measured by the heart, a shit ton of tok, and cream. So I need. Cal was like, "Oh, would you like the recipe?" And I was like, "Give me it." And then I didn't get a recipe. So if I do get a recipe by the time the next stream comes around, then I'll follow the recipe. We'll do a cute little matchamyeon making stream. Give me that recipe. Oh, Anna, you haven't finished the chapter yet? Damn. I just know that some crazy shit happens at the very end. Listen. I mean, if you saw my chapter 27 snippet video, then you know, but whenever Jaime makes the whiplash reference, something happens. And I was like, 52K is too long for nothing to happen. So I went I went on the chapter and used my cute little uh NSFW checking words. I did like control F. I'd control F the chapter and I was like, "Oh, yeah, next stream is going to be on Discord." The next stream is going to be on Discord and I messaged with Rose, and Rose was already like, "You got it." Oh. Next stream is gonna be on Discord. And listen, you know what? I might have spoiled it for myself, but I would need to spoil it for myself either way because I need to arrange that before I go into it. So yeah, we'll have to decide that with Rose, but I don't know what exactly happens. I don't know if it's a chapter 11 situation or a chapter 15 situation or what is going on there. I just know that I'm gonna have fun. Anyway, notes. Ruby is getting into a car crash at the end of this chapter. Sorry, I need to get everyone's attention. Jingle, jingle. I'm honored to be sharing this 50K chapter, which is basically a novel in itself, lol. And I hope you guys sit down, buckle up, and enjoy the ride. Oh, Jaime. But also after this, my March is incredibly busy with me working overtime for taxi. It's whenever Jaime mentions something else that they're doing, I'm like, how many hours do you have in a day? Anyway, me working overtime for tax season, my acting projects, teehee, hell yeah, and directing a documentary, teehee again. And so chapters in March and possibly April will be put on a bi-weekly schedule. I'll probably have a longer break for chapter 28 to prevent burnout too. So next chapter will come in 2 to 3 weeks. And you know what? That works out well for me. That works out really well because I am in hell. I am in hell until the 15th. It's been a fun ride so far writing GTC. It's still been pretty fun. And it's been so cool realizing that we're closer to the end than the start. We're getting closer to the top of the roller coaster now. Crazy thing to say at chapter 27 after 600,000 words. Helen, New York. The single chapter is longer than the entirety of The Great Gatsby. That's crazy. I read The Great Gatsby when I was back in high school, and I remember it taking me a while to read it. But it's also because like language stuff. If I read it like today, it would probably take me less time, but that's crazy. How long is The Great Gatsby? I'm guessing somewhere around 50,000. Let's freaking get started. Also, YouTube, you can hear me good? You can hear me well? I'm guessing, I'm just assuming that you can. I'm gonna make that smaller. Thank you. It feels like an earthquake beneath her feet. A familiar earthquake. It's a tremor that runs straight through her bones and one that deafens her ears. It's hard to make out the feeling of her own heart drumming in the center of her chest. All she can feel and hear are the shouts of a crowd beyond the end of the airport hallway. Rumi pulls down her mask to take a sip of water, then passes it over to Bobby. She inhales the air, crisp and colder than the air in the United States, as it always is in Korea, then tucks her mask back into place. Being back home after finishing a North American leg always feels nice. It's like letting loose a deep sigh of relief. You have a day and a half to rest before you make your big mark at KSPO Dome, Bobby says happily. I can get a spa sesh for you tonight if you'd like, unless you want to eat somewhere nice instead. Would you like to invite any of your friends? Or, that's okay, Rumi replies, sincere. Ahead, a security guard tugs her luggage over a dent in the airport hallway, and she winces. She keeps telling them that she can do it, but Bobby always insists. I feel like I need some time to recuperate by myself. Spending time alone in her penthouse is her favorite way to pass time when she's not busy. It sounds sad, but it's much better than spending 3 more hours forcing a smile on her face with acquaintances she hardly knows, in addition to her 12-ish hour workdays. She's turning 18 soon, too, which means that her 12 hours of work will become 16 or 19, and she's not exactly jazzed about that. But at least that means she's one step closer to being the girl that her parents and Celine wanted her to be. Rumi can see the pride in Celine's eyes whenever she steps off the stage at a major morning show or performs in a big venue. It keeps her going. It makes the sores and aches all over her body all the more worth it. The airport doors slide open like a hydraulic sigh, and the excited chatter she heard walking through the hall gets impossibly louder. So much so that Rumi nearly winces, but she's too used to this. She's used to all the phone cameras and flashes piercing her vision and the screams of her name and gibberish she's pretty sure isn't a language at all. It's not too different from being on a stage, except on stage, the eyes and camera lenses are at a safer distance, and the ones at the airport are frighteningly close. It makes her want to tuck in on herself and run back inside. Despite the discomfort nestled underneath her skin, Rumi raises her hand and waves to the sea of people surrounding her on either side. She bows a couple of times to the left, right, center, and wherever she can see them. It's hard to see with all the lights staring her down, and even harder to hear through the roar of the crowd, but Rumi's played this game enough times to know what to do. A dog who knows her marks. Her bodyguards come tighter around her, trapping her in a ring. When she debuted, she only needed 2 to escort her from the airport to her hotel. With a couple of years under her belt and a bunch more dasangs, dasangs? Dasangs. Dasangs? Yeah, dasangs. Yeah. Her crew started multiplying. That's the award, right? She knows why she needs them, but it never stops making her feel unpleasant when they block her view and guide her with a few pokes to the back. At least Bobby is with her this time. He shouts just as loudly as her bodyguards to get the fans to keep a respectful distance from her. They're starting to jump the stanchion ropes. What does that mean? The stanchion ropes? Sorry. Obligatory looking up the an upright bar poster frame forming a supporter. Stanchion? Stanchion! That's how you spell stanchion? I know what stanchion means. I just didn't know you spelled it that way. Okay. They're starting to jump. My fucking brain. They're starting to jump the stanchion ropes to film closer, to be closer. Rumi hardly winces. She pulls down her mask and waves as she's led away. She makes the mistake of keeping her mask on the last time, and the media had torn her to shreds for being too icy and bitchy. She is not even 18. Bobby didn't tell her to correct it, but he doesn't stop her now either. Rumi 사랑해, 루미야. Rumi 한 번만 보고 싶었어, Rumi. Rumi, 나 좀 봐줘. Rumi, 가지마, Rumi야. It's all she can hear. Beloved by hundreds in the airport alone, cherished by thousands in concert venues with light sticks that glow with her handwriting, adored by millions through a screen. Each syllable of her name is louder than the last. Rumi, 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 Ru. Her vision goes black at the edges before the pain even registers. She staggers forward, but the back of a bodyguard keeps her from falling to her knees. The pain starts to blossom in a cluster at the back of her head, and Rumi grimaces hard. Her hand comes up to touch the spot, and she flinches when it comes away tender. The inside of her ear aches, both from the impact and the louder shouts that rise around her. For a long moment, she doesn't even know what happened. It just feels like someone punched her at the base of her skull, hard and with vituperation. with vitriol. It isn't until she feels Bobby's hands clasp around her shoulders, protective and angry, and hears him shout practically in her ear, "Who threw that? Find out who threw it now! Now!" that she understands. The bodyguards around her tighten. It makes it hard to breathe, but Bobby's hands on her shoulders keep her steady. The back of her head throbs in time with her shallow heartbeat. Another bodyguard puts a hand on her head to guide it downward, gentle but persistent, and two more squeeze by her shoulders. She can hardly get in a gasp of air. Each pulse of her heartbeat feels like a dull thud inside of her skull. She grits her teeth and keeps herself from groaning in pain. The rest of her energy is spent trying to keep her legs moving forward. She has no idea where she's being led, but the sound of Bobby's angry voice guides her and holds her steady. Bobby has never sounded this angry before. It makes her want to flinch. Had she done something wrong? It feels like a long time before she can finally breathe again. The sea of bodyguards parts for her, and she's unceremoniously pushed inside the back of a van. This could be considered a kidnapping to others, but it's a lifeline to her. Rumi looks over her shoulder in time to see her bodyguards forming a line behind her, actively pushing away fans and shouting for them to back away. Bobby crawls into the other side of the car, already on the phone and batting away other people. Flashes of light make it hard to see. The screams make the ache in her skull feel worse than it is. Then someone grabs the handle of the van and pulls the door shut with a screech, and the screams and lights are cut off with a closing thud. Rumi slams her back against the plush seat. Her exhale is rattly in her chest. Bobby winces as he pulls his ear away from his phone. Rumi hears Celine snarl, her voice tinny through the phone's reception. "Don't care who it is. I don't care if you have to shut down the entire airport. Find them and don't let them leave. Let them be grateful that chemical castration isn't legal in Korea for half an hour in custody before..." Bobby frantically lowers the volume on his phone. Rumi's surprised when his screen flashes and she sees that Celine hadn't been on speaker at all. He grimaces and nods along to the rest of Celine's demands while Rumi sits there, hands in her lap, staring out of the tinted window. Someone in the front seat lowers the partition between them to pass Rumi an ice pack, and Rumi murmurs her thanks before pressing it between her neck and the headrest. By then, Celine seems to calm down. Bobby huffs out a relieved exhale, then pulls his phone back and puts it on speaker. Celine's voice cuts through the tense air. "Is she okay?" Despite how sharp her voice sounds, Rumi blinks, dumbfounded, at the concern wrapped around her words. She hasn't heard Celine like that ever. She almost doesn't realize that it's concern for a couple of seconds. She only recognizes that specific note of worry because she's spent years being coached by directors on how to deliver it. She knows Celine's completely genuine now, though. For one, Celine's always said that her mother was the better actress among the three in their group. And because, for once, Celine almost sounds like her mother. Bobby hesitates. He glances up at Rumi, silently asking, and Rumi gives him a small nod. The rumble of the car beneath them is starting to make her nauseous, though. "She's all right," Bobby says gently into the phone. "Medical will check her as soon as we settle into our penthouse, but she looks all right." A small sigh, familiarly irritated. Rumi wonders who she's more irritated with. "Put her on, please," Celine says. She sounds exhausted. Bobby doesn't argue. He scoots closer to Rumi and leans over the phone to her, and Rumi mumbles her thanks before clearing her throat, taking it off speaker and pressing it against her ear. "Hi, Celine," she says into the phone, a little awkward. "It's probably not as bad as you..." "Not as bad?" Celine's voice is sharp again, and Rumi winces. Rumi, you got hit by a water bottle at arm's length. That could cause a concussion, fracture something. That could have. She hears Celine take a shaky, deep breath, and Rumi sinks into her seat. She can feel the ice pack on her neck starting to leak with cold condensation, staining her shirt collar. Bobby twiddles his thumbs and looks away to give her a semblance of privacy, but he keeps glancing over to watch her face. I promise I'm okay, Rumi says quietly. Celine immediately asks, Are you dizzy? No. Nauseous? No. Are you lying to me, Rumi? No, Rumi says immediately. She shifts uncomfortably in her seat. It didn't hurt that much, I swear. Celine sighs again, almost in relief. Rumi almost does the same. Tell Bobby to make sure that the staff looks you over extensively, thrice if they have to. If you feel off, I need you to text someone to bring you to the hospital immediately. Do you understand, Rumi? I understand, Celine, she says, the words like sand in her mouth. Good, she says, clipped. There's shuffling on the other end, and Celine snaps, louder and clearly directed at others in the room. Cancel my meetings? Yes, even that one. Clear the entire day if you have to. Something like hope lodges in Rumi's throat. Are you coming to see me? Yes, Celine answers. More shuffling. Every news station is talking about it, and I want to make sure that you don't have to worry. I'll have the media calm down by sundown, I promise. Just make sure you rest, and rest well, okay? Rumi's shoulders drop. Yes, Celine. Good, she replies, gentler. You can pass the phone back to Bobby. I want to ask him a couple of questions. Quietly, and without another word or bid of goodbye, Rumi passes it over to Bobby, who immediately straightens. He nods and answers every question that Celine has, but Rumi has already checked out of the conversation. When the pain at the back of her head settles into a dull ache, Rumi shifts and pulls out the phone in her pocket. Against her better judgment, Rumi taps on a random social media site. The first hashtag trending has her name in it. The urge to scroll further feels like a siren's call. She can't stop her thumb from scrolling through it all, and it feels like a coin toss. Half the posts shout support for her, concern wrapped in every exclamation mark, and questions about the identity of the man who threw the bottle. Others, with equal numbers of exclamation marks, say that she deserved it or that there were better things to tune into. Somehow, Rumi agrees with both of those sentiments. She scrolls past so many angles of herself being hit, all with different captions, that it almost feels like she is looking at someone else entirely. It's because of those videos that she realizes that the man who threw it had also shouted, "You fucking cunts!" It only makes her grimace. She's heard far worse thrown her way. What she did to elicit that kind of response is the only thing that affects her. Could she have done something to make him like her more? Her thumb freezes on the screen. More exclamation marks. Lots of them, actually. That's not what draws her in. It's the caption that reads, "New account because I defended Rumi too hard and hashtag they kept mass reporting me, and because you all thought I was lying about that one thing, I did not. Hashtag would do it again." Not the lying, because I didn't. Moots, I was at Zoe's on the ice. Come follow me back, please. Please. A quick look at the screenshots in the post, full of tweets like, "Rirumi is stunning at the Met Gala. Put some respect to her name." And "I want complex artists. You bitches couldn't even handle Rirumi." Makes Rumi bark out a laugh. Her first real laugh all day. As small as her world can be sometimes, the little reminders that she has people by her side, even if not physically, make her feel like she can breathe for the first time in a long while. Oh. Tonal whiplash, my best friend. Tonal whiplash, my best friend. Hi, Rex. Hi, everyone. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Zoe. I was getting pissed. The next part is Zoe POV. Zoe POV. Zoe sighs as she sinks further into the sofa. She nestles herself deeper next to Mira's arm as she declares, "See? Isn't this the best idea I've had since, like, ever?" Mira puffs out a breath. "I didn't even know you put these in your luggage," she muses, clicking around on the TV. There isn't anything interesting on the screen. She and Mira watch TV together so often that they've practically chewed through every genre, everything from Battleship Potemkin to The Handmaiden. She already loves movies when she's alone, but watching them with Mira makes it twice as fun, especially when she rips open a fresh, expensive pack of Korean face masks for them to use while they turn into a pair of couch potatoes, their sprouts intertwined. Her relatives sent these face masks to her a few years ago, back when she was a junior in high school. She stocked them up in case of an emergency, and using them in New York with her best friend seems like the best emergency she can think of. So, what if it took a couple of years? Granted, that probably means they won't work as well anymore, and the itching on her chin might mean, "Rumi," Mira calls out, an edge to her voice. Zoe doesn't have to turn around to know that she's probably elbows deep in sink water, or at the very least, pacing the floors to find something to do. "Yeah?" Rumi calls back, hesitant. "Can you do me a favor and relax for, don't know, an hour? Half an hour?" Mira asks, lulling her head until her cheek presses against the top of Zoe's head to look at Rumi. Zoe giggles. "I am relaxing," Rumi argues. Mira scoffs. "You're relaxing by cleaning the countertops you cleaned 3 minutes ago." "I turned on the sink. The water could have." "It's water. Untreated water. It's New York. The water's fine, and you know it." The noise in Rumi sounds like half groan and half whine. Zoe has to muffle her giggles against Mira's side. "Rumi, relax," Mira insists. "Seriously, I mean it. Relax for just 10 minutes if you have to. You can sit down next to us and stare at the TV instead of the counters." There is no real irritation in Mira's words. It's a dynamic she sees quite often now that she thinks about it. Rumi stresses about something small and Mira redirects her. Mira bristles at her phone and Rumi soothes her with a tea or a gentle hand. Zoe thinks it's sweet, just as much as it is educational. It makes her feel like she can learn to love them better by observing the things they do for each other. It's a much, much better example than the one from a couple months ago. I wonder why. It feels much better seeing a love that doesn't bite. It's certainly her first example in a long while. Damn. Damn. "I don't want to intrude," Rumi says weakly. Zoe pokes her head out to look at her. "You're not intruding," she answers happily. "I mean, if you want a face mask, I think I have one more in my bag." She definitely does. She packed 3 for a reason. "Want to join?" Rumi chuckles dryly. "I couldn't." "Yes, you could." Mira and Zoe argue in tandem. Which is how Zoe ends up barking an order at Rumi to march into their room to rummage through her bag and find the mask to put on, and how Mira keeps laughing at her side when Rumi walks, head down, like a scolded dog. Zoe has to hit her arm over and over to get her to stop, but it's hard to keep the giggles in herself. Giggles in herself. Brain. While they wait for Rumi to finish up, Zoe pulls out her phone and squishes her cheek against Mira's pointy, bare shoulder. "Your shoulder hurts," Zoe whines as she scrolls through her phone. Looking at you hurts, Mira retorts. So you think I'm ugh? It hurts because you're so blindingly beautiful. Zoe pinches her stomach, and Mira twitches and guffaws. Incredible save, Zoe says with a snort, though it's nothing but a ruse to hide the fact that her face is starting to get hot. Do you use that on everyone? See, she can take friendly bestie flirting. What she can't take is friendly bestie flirting with the bestie she's in love with, which totally makes her a stereotype, but does she care? Not even in the slightest. I only use it on you, Mira tells her firmly. It feels like a promise. So you hate Rue? I adore you both, Mira says, not looking up from the TV. A smirk's already growing on her lips. You're just the whinier one. Zoe slaps her stomach in disbelief. Me? Compared to Rumi? Who are we comparing me to? Rumi pops her head out of the bathroom. She's sporting the white face mask now, and Zoe has to hold back her giggles. She does, however, happily pull out her phone to take a pic of her, for the memories and all that. Rumi reflexively gives her a small finger heart and a smile before she takes it off with a blink. Mira looks over her shoulder. She's squinting, and it makes Zoe laugh even harder. The poor girl probably can't see anything but blobs in front of her. It's fine. She can always send her pictures of Rumi later. It's what she always does when Rumi does something cute, and Mira always replies to it with a thumbs up emoji. But her nonchalant ass thumbs up emojis can't save her from all the times Zoe has seen her smile behind her phone whenever she looks at it. She's a merciful friend, though, so she never brings it up. Ruru bear, Zoe croons, and Rumi ducks her head in embarrassment. Zoe pinches Mira's arm to get her to stop giggling. Do you think I'm whinier than you? What? I don't, Rumi stammers. She rapidly blinks, and she looks even funnier with the mask on her face. Is there a right answer? The right answer is the honest one, Zoe replies. The right answer is whatever Zoe wants to hear, Mira deadpans. Zoe slaps her stomach with her phone, and Mira snickers. Rumi looks back and forth between them, a little lost. Zoe's half tempted to pull out her phone and take pics of her looking as cute as she does, but there are other matters at hand, unfortunately. Zoe leans away from Mira, relishing in the half whiny noise that Mira makes when her warmth leaves, and plops her chin on the back of the sofa. Well? Rumi's eyes are wide with panic. She looks back and forth between Zoe and Mira, but Zoe just smiles and awaits her response. Hey, don't look at me, Mira says with a chuckle. How am I going to help? By defending me? Rumi asks, affronted. Mira merely shrugs, lips pressed together to keep her smile from growing beyond a smirk. Rumi, Zoe teases, are you going to make us wait until our face mask timers go off, or... I think Mira's whinier, Rumi blurts out. Mira sits up. What? Zoe, on the other hand, bursts into giggles. She almost falls off the couch when she looks at the face Mira's making. It's harder to discern with the mask she's wearing, but the indignity is easy enough to trace. She almost wants to pull off Mira's mask entirely so she can take a picture of what lies beneath. Her new wallpaper. Go on, honeybee, Zoe urges sweetly. You should explain. Rumi flicks back and forth between them helplessly. She looks at Mira, the guilt pressed on her lips. She starts weakly. I what? You like to argue, Rumi says. I do not argue, Mira replies, flat and pompous. She lifts her chin and Zoe muffles her snort. You're arguing with me right now. And Mira, predictably, argues. No, I'm not. I'm disagreeing with you. We're allowed to disagree with each other. It's healthy and normal and holds us accountable. Oh my god. Rumi mutters. And Zoe's pretty sure she's getting lightheaded from all the laughing. I'm not going to argue with you. You can't argue with me if we're not arguing. Are you sure? Zoe asks between wheezes. Mira whips around to gawk at her. Whose fucking side are you on, Zumi? My own, Zoe says immediately, and it only makes her giggle under her breath even more. Rumi shakes her head, but the light twitch of her lips gives away how much joy she finds in making fun of Mira. Zoe has that in common with Rumi. But then again, she finds that there's a lot of things she has in common with Rumi. Ain't that the truth? Their love of music, for one. Teasing Mira is another. Is that all you can think of? I can think of more. Anyway, Mira whips her head back towards Rumi. When have I ever argued with you, then? She challenges. And Zoe bites back a snort. She already knows that it's not a good question to ask. Rumi raises her eyebrows. I don't think I should, she starts. Rumi. Well, Rumi hesitates and glances over at Zoe. It makes her giggle, and she just bobs her head to encourage her. Violence is almost never the answer, but she does need some entertainment for the next few hours. Then Rumi replies, The other day you told me you didn't like it whenever I stopped scratching your back to type something on my phone. Mira's knee jerks at the same time that Zoe barks out an incredibly loud cackle. It's a wonder she doesn't fall off the couch at this point. How is that? Mira snaps, her eyes wide and teeth bared. Because you kept arguing that I could have used voice to text, Rumi says, defensive. And you were convinced I was doing it on purpose to piss you off, and I bet you still don't believe me when I never fucking said that. Oh, so you want me to stop? Let's stop talking about this, Mira says quickly and squeakily. But Mimi, Zoe croons, knocking her head into her shoulder. I thought you said you wanted proof that you. That wasn't an argument, Mira shouts, the mortification drawn on her face. She looks at Zoe in disbelief. How is that an argument? Do you two even know what an argument is? So you don't deny that you wanted Rumi to? Zoe muses. Mira groans and falls to the side of the couch. She muffles her groans into a throw pillow, and Zoe laughs hard enough to wake up half the neighborhood. Rumi's laughter only makes her laugh even louder. Rumi comes around the couch to plop down on Zoe's other side. It takes all of Zoe's energy not to rest her head against her chest. She knows she could, and that Rumi would probably pet her hair with a coo, but the mere thought of it makes her feel warm. So she busies herself by snatching the remote from Mira and clicking around on the TV herself. Wait, I forgot to search warm in this chapter. I'm gonna do that. For shits and giggles. Okay, that's a pretty even spread. That's very funny. um Rose was trying to guess the words that I like command F. And she was like, is one of them warm? And I was like, no, warm is too general. Oh, Artie, there do be quite a lot of warmth. I ran out of water. Okay. Anyways, sorry. Mm. Oh, here we are. Okay. How do you guys feel about watching Wendy Wu Homecoming Warrior? Wait, throwback, whoa, throwback. Zoe blurts out. Or Treasure Planet? Cadet Kelly? Mira, did you know Rumi's never watched Teen Beach Movie? How dare you? How dare Teen Beach Movie? Teen Beach Movie was my shit. Okay, anyway. Hey, Rumi whines. Mira unsticks herself from the throw pillow to sit back up. Her face mask is unperturbed, but now the nose is a little wonky on her face, and Zoe has to bite back a laugh. You might kill me, but I don't think I've seen that either. God, rich people. It's like they don't know what real cinema is! Have you seen Lemonade Mouth at least? Zoe asks in disbelief. Oh, we need to play some decom at the end of the stream. We need to play some song from one of those. She looks back and forth between them. and the mildly guilty looks on their faces make her sigh in disappointment. Not with them, but with their sad lives they had to live. Okay, the first thing I'm going. Oh my god. Okay, the first thing I'm doing when we get back to Burbank? I'm going to write you to an entire checklist for. Can you give us 2 more weeks to get through the other list you gave us? Mira asks, amused. I'm only halfway through your Disney Essentials list. Where are you on the list? Rumi asks curiously. Uh Road to El Dorado, I think. Mira muses, looking up at the ceiling to think. Whoa, did you like it? Zoe exclaims. At the same time, Rumi gives Mira a wolfish grin and declares, Oh, I'm 4 movies ahead of you. I did, pretty girl. It was a fun watch. Mira coos at Zoe. Then she pokes her head out to glare at Rumi and says to her, voice lower, How the hell do you have that much time? I make the time, Rumi argues. Like I do for your. What was it? See, you don't even remember. Your book list! Rumi sits back, proud. Zoe whips her head to Mira. You guys have a book club and didn't invite me? She asks, affronted. There's no book club. I was just making sure she had something to distract herself, Mira says, exasperated. The closest thing we have to a book club was reading through the list of comics you gave us. Oh, yeah. Zoe wiggles in her seat and tucks the remote into her lap. Did you guys read Batgirl Volume 6 yet? Or The Silk Runs? Cassandra reminds me of. She pulls a face. Sorry. If we get my engine going, we're never watching a movie. Mira asks, Why watch a movie when we can just listen to you? Rumi shoots her a nasty look. Mira demands, What? Are you going to argue with me again? No, I was just going to say that you took that from me, Rumi accuses. I said that exact same thing last week when we were watching. Zoe, what was it? Pretty in Pink, she happily supplies. Mira rolls her eyes. Well, you take a lot of things from me, so I don't see what the problem is in evening it out. Like what? Rumi asks incredulously. Your heart? Zoe guesses. Rumi whips her head to look at her so fast that Zoe giggles. I meant my clothes, Mira exclaims. And Zoe lulls her head over to watch her face grow just as mortified as Rumi's. It's like watching 2 people on trial for a crush they're clearly guilty of. Why the hell would I say that? Isn't that the same thing? Zoe asks, batting her eyelashes. If anything, I'd argue that clothes mean more than your heart. What? Because you wear your clothes, sleep in clothes, and are close to clothes, she says, counting it on her fingers. Don't you think it would make for such a good song? Something, something, Rumi. Rumi, 50% off my clothes if you. Zoe, did you pick a movie yet? Rumi asks quickly. My ADHD queen. The good old diversion tactic. Unfortunately for them, it works in getting her to change the topic. She'll make fun of them another day. Right. She scrambles to pick up the remote again and clicks around on the TV. Debs, it's gay. And the main characters remind her, Stop. It's crashier. God, that's crazy. And the main characters remind her of Rumi and Mira. Wait. So much happening here. Sorry. We were watching Debs in our little like Discord film club, and we were immediately like, oh my god, Rumi and Mira. Because Rumi and fucking Mira. Those two are Rumi and Mira. Anyways, which reminds her, did you know that there's only 6 works under the Rumi Kang Mira tag? 2 of them are ABO. I love her so bad. Rumi looks at her curiously. What tag? She lets that process for another half second. And what's basically it's Please don't ask her. Mira says quickly, you're better off not knowing. Oh, you should watch Debs. You should watch Debs. That's so funny. This reminds me, yesterday I was talking to our music director. I was talking to our music director about like AO3 and stuff, like about fanfiction in general. And I was like, "So, are you familiar with AO3?" And she was like, "No." And I was like, "Oh, you sweet summer child." So I'm just like, "Oh, Rumi, you sweet summer child." Rumi pouts, but she doesn't disobey. Rumi doesn't really do any disobeying when it comes to her and Mira. Zoe throws a smirk at Mira, but Mira just nudges her with her knee to get her to start the movie. When it does, they fall into the same routine they do almost every movie night. They let the first 30 minutes or so play, with commentary from Zoe, before Zoe gets distracted and pulls out her phone to show them pictures she took throughout the day. They almost never ask her to rewind the movie when she pulls out the phone. She's felt bad before, but they've always said the same thing. Why watch a movie when we can just listen to you? She honestly doesn't remember which of them started saying it first. It's why she found their bickering about it so funny. Today, her phone gallery is full of photos from their morning in Times Square. Some of them are neatly composed shots of tall buildings and flashy signs, complete with leading lines and rule of thirds and all the fancy stuff she learned in her 3-month photography elective course. Others aren't as composed. Lots and lots of blurry photos of ads that made her laugh, and even more of her taking selfies with Rumi and Mira. Lots of pictures of her holding hands with them too, because she might be a tiny bit obsessed with how tight they hold on to her. Plus, pictures of her hand inside of Mira's pocket and Rumi's in the other pocket. Not their fault that Mira's what? Vicuña? Mira's vicuña wool coat or whatever is warm. It offsets Mira's cold hands. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And she asked a stranger to take a pic of the three of them wearing I Heart NY shirts after she saw the 341 sign outside a shop. Her with a big thumbs up, Rumi's mask on her face, but with her eyes crinkled at the corners to denote her smile underneath, and the frozen, fond roll of Mira's eyes. She'll probably print these out for her room or fridge. She also took a picture of herself pointing at the daddy's little meatball shirt hanging on a wire. She begged Rumi to let her buy it. Or even the Nana one. I know it doesn't say Nuna, but we can pretend. But Rumi just took her by the wrist and dragged her away, head down in embarrassment. Mira whispered that she could have them shipped to Burbank, and Zoe, admittedly, almost took the offer. Then there are the photos of her with a bunch of people in costumes. Minnie Mouse was the first of the bunch, followed closely by a tall ass Elmo, a few Spider-Mans, and a Tigger. She remembers exclaiming, "Did you know in French, Tigger's name is Tigrou?" And Mira nearly tripping on the sidewalk. Great! LMFAO! LMFAO! Two things. One, they better have tipped those like people real fucking well. Two, what was it? Petit Tiku? Like my little what was that? I'm trying to remember the exact sentence. Oh wait. I'm trying to remember. Man, I had memorized that freaking scene. Anyway, you know what it means. You know what it means. If you know, you know. You don't know what that means? Chapter 15. Anyways, sorry, I got derailed. I saw Tigru and I was like, oh, boink boink. anyway, She also remembers how every costumed person asked her for money, which was fine with her because why not for her first touristy experience. But Rumi and Mira swatted her hand away and pulled out their wallets, deceptively thin, and produced crisp $100 bills. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And passed them over without saying another word. At some point, they stared each other down while passing bill after bill to the delight of giant Dave the Minion. Their wallets were like Mary Poppins' bag. Lots of food photos, too. Lots of her creative combos, like her, oh God, let's see, like her mix of shawarma and strawberry dip from the pretzel stand nearby, and hot dogs dipped in Dubai chocolate. Every photo's shakiness holds her excitement. This girl does not like waffles, chicken and waffles, by the way. This girl does not like chicken and waffles, by the way. Every photo's shakiness holds her excitement, and every photo of Rumi and Mira shines with that quiet adoration, even through the screen. They're almost never looking straight into the camera. They're always looking at the one holding it. The gentle realization of it makes Zoe melt into the couch cushions, face squished into Mira's arm, with her feet on Rumi's lap. Rumi gently runs her fingers up and down Zoe's bare shins, subconsciously, it seems, while she hums along to what Zoe has to say. Near the end of the movie, Zoe hears a small snort. One look at Mira's face shows her just how deeply asleep she is. Facial features relaxed and lips pouty enough for a sleeping beauty's kiss. Honestly, Zoe's not sure how she resists leaning over to kiss her. On the filtrum again? On the filtrum again, baby? Zoe looks over at Rumi. She's not surprised and slightly amused when she finds Rumi staring at Mira with the same soft smile on her lips as she had, until Rumi's eyes snap over to her in apology. Zoe waves her off with a small giggle. What time do we have to get to the party by? She asks quietly. Sorry. What time do we have to get to the party by? She asks quietly. She knows what Rumi said about not having to hold back her volume when Mira's asleep, but the least she can do is be at least slightly considerate anyway. She knows for a fact that Rumi and Mira would have done the same for her. Rumi taps her thigh as she answers, 7:30, 8 o'clock if you prefer, 9 even. Most people don't start going home until well after midnight. Zoe cocks her head to the side. Doesn't it start at 6? 6? On the invite, yes, Rumi concedes. She glances back at the movie, where the girls are locked in a passionate kiss, then adds, but most people don't arrive at a party until about an hour after. Something tells me that most people aren't the kind of most people you're thinking about, Zoe teases. Like, sure, she's heard of people showing up to parties fashionably late, but she doubts that most people she knows would dare to be late to something like a gala hosted at the goddamn Empire State Building. People would have killed to be in her position. Her teenage self would have killed her to be in her position earlier. Rumi presses her lips together to keep from smiling too wide. Well, others come right before the party ends, she explains. Celine told me once that I should try doing that, but it's not something I'd really want. Yeah, Zoe muses. She peels off her sheet mask to place on the paper towel she already set on the coffee table, then shimmies over to press her temple against Rumi's shoulder, arms wrapping around her yum, I want to lick that up and down bicep so they can watch the ending of the movie. I don't think you ever need to be fashionably late to get attention from people. I think you get it just from walking into a room. Rumi breathes out a small laugh. Well, that's the effect of being famous, I guess. Zoe shakes her head against Rumi's shoulder. I meant how nice it is being around you, she mumbles, eyes focused on the TV. When you walk into a room, the room gets brighter, blah blah. Except it really does get brighter because you have super shiny teeth. That gets a laugh. Zoe grins to herself. We don't have to even think about getting ready for another couple hours. Rumi says, flipping over her phone to check the time. Movie's almost over. Do you want to watch another one, Sweet Pea? Or do you want to do something else? What do you want to do? Zoe asks. I'm asking what you. On me? Zoe whines, and Rumi's laugh is breathless and strained against her hairline. With Mira asleep, there is no one to work as their mediator or their decision maker, more like. There was one time in Burbank when they went around in circles trying to pick the right flavor of pizza, and as soon as Mira came back home, she snatched the phone out of Zoe's hands and ordered the pizza in 2 minutes flat. They aren't really good at making decisions. That much Zoe can admit. At least it isn't from a lack of trying. They both just like making sure they have their bases covered. To compensate, Rumi introduced a nearly flawless system a while back, and she uses it now by asking, how about this? I'll give you two choices and you pick between the two? It's nearly flawless because half the time it works, but the other half is spent with her hemming and hawing between the two for anywhere from 5 minutes to 5 hours. But they do have a couple hours to kill, so it's not like there's anything wrong with trying to decide between the two for a while. Rumi has never rushed her, after all. Lay it on me, baby bee, Zoe says happily. Rumi subtly clears her throat. Zoe bites the inside of her cheek to keep from. Oh, she's so easy. She can only get these kinds of responses from Mira if she uses her puppy dog face, and maybe a my love here and there. We could visit the bodega down the street and refill on snacks, Rumi suggests. She drums her fingers on her thigh for a second to think, then continues. Or we can walk down Riverside Park. It's not too far from here, and we could watch the sunset. I only like watching the sunset if I have the two of you with me, Zoe says matter-of-factly. Rumi shifts on the couch to get into a more comfortable position. She places her hand on Zoe's waist, and Zoe bites back the urge to giggle like a schoolgirl. Do you have anything in mind for in here? I'll feel bad if I have to stick another note on Mimi's forehead again. You don't have to stick one, Rumi replies with a giggle. How else is she supposed to know where we went? Zoe asks, a little offended. And don't say text. Every time I see her reply to something I say with a thumbs up emoji, I get one step closer to committing uxoricide? Uxoricide. Uxo. Rumi tests out. She looks up at the ceiling to think about that. Wife killing, she guesses. Zoe picks up her head to squint at her suspiciously. How do you know that? Wordscapes, Rumi says, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Also, wife? Is that what she thinks she hears in Rumi's voice? Are you jealous? She teases. But she gives Rumi's forearm a light squeeze to let her know she's just messing. No, Rumi says quickly, and Zoe muffles a snort. I'm not. I'm just wondering, she insists. Well, I'll have you know, me and Mira have been newlyweds as of. She thinks back on it, then exclaims, 2 days ago. Wow, that felt like it was a long time ago. Time flies when you're married to the love of your life or whatever. It honestly feels like they've been in New York forever. God, it does feel like that. But it's only been, 3 days? 4? It's weird, but she's not too surprised. Being in Burbank, especially as she got closer to Mira, made the days feel shorter. It reminds her of the short summer days as a kid, abhorring how each day meant it was getting closer to another school year. Being in New York, on narrower, busier streets, makes everything feel like it's stretching like a wad of gum. Rumi's gentle smiles and easy way of guiding her down the humdrum of the busy streets make her feel like slowing down, taking in the sights, and exhaling from a deep breath. You got married? Rumi asks, mildly amused. Courthouse wedding, I'm guessing? Nope. Fancier. You know Mira and her love of theatrics, Zoe says proudly. Oh boy, do we. She picks up her phone to thumb through her gallery and practically shoves it in Rumi's face. See? Post-wedding glow and everything. The red and pink hues of her photo make it, admittedly, hard to discern what's even happening, but their big, wide smiles show through just enough. That and the plastic rings on their fingers. She feels Rumi's broad shoulders relax against her arm, and Zoe grins knowingly at her. I forgot the Museum of Sex had a marriage vending machine, she says, almost to herself. Oh, sorry, that was Rumi. I forgot the Museum of Sex had a marriage vending machine, she says, almost to herself. Pocketing her phone, Zoe exclaims, well, damn, girl. How many people did you marry via marriage vending machine? Rumi laughs and squeezes her waist. The feeling of Rumi's warm hand squeezing the soft skin on her waist makes her clamp her mouth shut. See, this is exactly why rage baiting Rumi is a two-person job. She and Mira have to tap in for each other whenever Rumi does things like this. The funny part is that Rumi almost never seems to notice the kind of effect she has on them. 0, Rumi promises. We could make it one if you want to go back and get one with me. I can't get married to you, silly. I'm already married to Mira, she jests. Rumi cocks her head to the side, unperturbed. Then Mira and I will just make it legal for us to marry you. It shouldn't be that hard if we pool enough money. You can't just throw money at everything, Zoe says, exasperated. What? You don't want us to try? Rumi teases. Damn, guys, flirting Rumi is crazy. Like every New York chapter, Rumi has been at it. Rumi has been at it. I am, in fact, not really hydrated. I will hydrate after this part. I ran out of water. I will fill up my water bottle after this part. Dang, we weren't even invited to the wedding. Zoe goes quiet at that. Something about the conversation feels like it's less about silly marriage vending machines anymore, but she isn't exactly uncomfortable with it. It just feels like a little new. It feels like a suggestion of something that she hadn't let herself even dream about, even in her subconscious. It's possible to be too selfish and greedy. Zoe has never wanted to be selfish or greedy, not with them and not with anything else in her life. So while the implications aren't lost on her, it also means that she has no idea how to. Rumi clears her throat. Sorry, she says quickly. Do you want to lie down and rest instead? We walked for a long time around Times Square. If only you will with me, Zoe answers. Rumi pulls a face and Zoe giggles. I don't know, Zoe. There's a lot of stuff I want to do today. What stuff? You know, Rumi flounders for something to say, and Zoe tilts her head up at her and smiles. Eventually, Rumi settles on, uh, emails, catching up with acquaintances, Sunbeam messaging. Holy shit, Sunbeam! I forgot you still did that. Zoe sits up to look at her. Did you know that I used to subscribe to your Sunbeam in high school? She laughs a little to herself and scratches a spot on her cheek. Until my debit card hit 0 and I had to unsub. It was kind of fun though. You update a lot. Which makes her wonder, had Rumi been updating that often or at all when they were in Burbank? She remembers that Rumi shared a lot of selkas on Sunbeam, at least once a day after her workout or while she was eating lunch. The day Rumi dropped the photo of her stretched out on the floor of her studio, stomach and abs visible from her ridden up shirt, Zoe nearly broke her nose walking into the doorframe. That sounds crazy. Rumi seems to read her mind. Contractually, I have to, but they don't mind how many messages I send as long as I check in at least once a week, she explains, her fingertips sliding underneath the hem of Zoe's shirt. It has her stun-locked for a minute until she realizes that it's Rumi's subconscious at work again. When you got into your... She clears her throat. After everything happened, I'd send pictures of my food and check in with the fans. but nothing really beyond that. Bobby told me not to worry. He wished I didn't have to do it in the first place. Then Rumi eyes her suspiciously. But why did you sub to it? In case you were forgetting, I was your biggest fan, Zoe points out, a little offended. I still am. But I mean, I was like your most delusional fan. When she was 15, she met Rurumi at a fan sign that she accidentally bought and caught a vibe. Until senior year, she figured that it was because Rumi liked her aura and wanted to be friends with her. After all, she'd never seen Rumi look that invested during any of the interviews or K-dramas she'd seen of her. Growing up, though, she realized that it was probably just Rumi giving fan service. She wasn't even mad about that. It's impressive work to act that invested in every fan, even international ones. Girl, girl. Anyways, Rumi hums with a laugh at that. Honestly, if I met you earlier, I don't think it would have been delusional at all for you to think that I'd fall on my knees in front of you. To think that I'd fall on my knees in front of you, she admits. Zoe pokes her lightly in the ribs, and Rumi giggles. Come to bed with me, Zoe whines. Just for an hour or something. Then you can do whatever you want. You don't even have to sleep with me. Stop. You know what I meant. You don't have to sleep. You can just play on my Switch or scroll on your phone like I do. I don't even know what game to play, Rumi says, exasperated. Oh, yeah, you finished Hades 2 the other day, didn't you? She counts on her fingers. Well, there's Roller Coaster Tycoon, Balatro. I don't feel like playing right now, Rumi says, practically whining. So you don't want me to be the little spoon pressed up against your chest while we lie in bed? You must be tired. Let's get to bed. Rumi says quickly. Guys, it's the unchanging Polaris all over again. It's just like stretched out way more. It makes her laugh, but Zoe readily complies. They nudge Mira awake just enough for her to groan gently at them under her breath, and they murmur their apologies to her and have her lie all the way down on the couch to continue her nap after they carefully peel off her face mask for her. She curls up in a ball the minute Rumi tucks the blanket in around her, and Zoe presses a kiss to her forehead. Their room is cold when they enter. It's been cold all day now that she thinks about it, and she remembers having to huddle closer against Rumi when she woke up that morning to get as much warmth as possible. Say, didn't we have a space heater or something in here? Zoe muses out loud, checking the other side of the bed. I swear the listing said there's a... I don't remember seeing it, Rumi says quickly. She clears her throat. It sucks, but at least it's warmer under the covers than when you're sharing body heat, right? Zoe squints at her. Oddly enough, that's what Mira said to her once. But Zoe shrugs it off when Rumi looks away, and she slips into the covers with a nice groan on her lips. Rumi follows with a chuckle, and Zoe sticks to her like maple syrup on trees as soon as they settle in. Rumi feels so much like a portable heater, sometimes a little bit too much, and she has to stick one leg out of the blanket to give herself some air. And that's how Zoe ends up scrolling through her phone with her back pressed up against Rumi, who's just as invested in whatever she's scrolling through on hers. Not even in 1,000 years would she have expected something like this to happen in her life. Not just the part about being in bed with her favorite artist. It's the part where she is in bed with someone as warm and wonderful as Rumi. She gets sleepy 20 minutes into her scrolling. Turtle videos on her timeline can save her from the call of the deep sleep. She turns off her phone and tucks it under the pillow, and Rumi seems to know what to do, putting her phone down to hold Zoe closer and to stroke her hair, her fingertips starting from her hairline and gently moving downwards to the tips of her hair. Zoe hears the door creak quietly open. Murmured conversations sound even more muffled with her ears. Oh my god. Murmured conversations sound even more muffled with her ear pressed against Rumi's heartbeat. but she understands their tones well enough to know they're gentle and sweet. She likes when they speak Korean to each other. Somehow they always sound more intimate when they do, gentler and kinder. You remember when they didn't speak Korean? Sorry, I have to bring it up. I have to bring it up. I have to bring it up. Closer. The reassurance that they'll be here when she wakes up starts to lull her straight to sleep. But not before she feels a dip next to her back, cool hands on her arm, and even colder knuckles against her cheek. Their whispered conversations sound much closer, but she can hardly discern them, nor does she care to. Just the fact that they're in this space together, as small as it may be, makes her feel like she can breathe for the first time in a long while. Yeah, I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna get some water. Zoe, I'm gonna need you to be a bit more nosy for my sake. Let me check the YouTube comments real quick. God, they are so in love. They are. They are, in fact, very gay and very in love. And luckily for us, they're almost not in denial about it anymore. It's so funny because they're not in denial, but they're also not doing anything about it. I will hydrate. Stay with Cinnamoroll. Take care of Cinnamoroll for me. Oh my god. You can't see it. Here, Cinnamoroll. Anyways, I'm being silly. I'll be back. I'll be back. Soon you'll see. Just an ordinary man. What's like a woman in your life? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. And your sabbatical is through. I'm back. I've been listening to the same score over and over again for weeks, y'all. My head is just My Fair Lady right now. Reach through the screen, a scandal. Wait, what? Don't worry, Artie, we won't steal it. I wish I could share it with you. It's soft. It's soft. Hamster. They're all just being very cautious. I'm gonna check the comments and then get back. I wonder where that heater went. And like, if they're in New York around this time of the year, my god. They're gonna need that. They're gonna need some heat. Y'all are funny. This heater empty yeet. Do we think Mira did? Do you think Mira did it? I don't know. You might have read the chapter. I don't know. The AI summaries crack me up. Like, fuck the AI summaries. Like, I don't want them to be there, but they are there. There's nothing I can do about them, but they crack me up. I miss the roommates laughing in the background. They are not here right now. They're not here right now. One of them is at school and the other is at work. So it is quiet. Sorry, I read the next sentence. The next sentence, yeah, of the next section. I haven't read the chapter. I'm literally going to this blind. Wow. Happy to have you. Always happy to have you. Does Cinnamoroll laugh out loud? I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that. If you want him to. Sure. Anyways, I'm just like procrastinating. I'm just taking a little breaky break. Okay. The next part is Rumi POV, and we're so excited. At 18 years old and 3 months into the relationship, Rumi breaks up with the boy of her dreams. Hmm. Oh, I love that he's back. God, I miss him. The last time was when at the hospital, right? The last time we saw Jinu? No, I mean, we got mentions of Jinu, but press X'd out. Okay. At least that's what she plans to tell the press and every single person who dares to put a mic up to her face. In a way, it isn't untrue. Park Jin-woo is fun, if not a little manipulative, mostly in his talents for befuddling her when they play poker or any kind of bluffing game. And he's handsome enough that she doesn't get too many allegations online for stooping below her level. She's lucky to have broken up with him on amicable terms and for him to be open to the idea of friendship. There wasn't really anything wrong with their relationship. If anything, they were the picture perfect couple, save for the fact that she was a multi-millionaire pop star with a half dozen or more awards by her hip now. She just figured they were better off as friends. The relationship was fun and good, but there weren't sparkly sparks. Not like when she was 17, when she met that girl at the fan sign. Is that stupid and naive of her to think, even though that girl's face has started to fade in her memory? Probably. She expected her future relationships to feel that way, in a sense, for there to be stuttering and sparks and the cheesy K pop OST playing in her head whenever she was with them. She kind of had that with Jinu at the start when they met in that alleyway in her rush to get home from a pharmacy, but it softened over the 3 months they spent sneaking out as teenagers do. Maybe that's what all relationships will feel like for her. Butterflies to catch and release once the novelty wears off. The fucking butterfly thing. It's Bobby she tells about the breakup first. He's there at her penthouse with a fruit basket and a bunch of DVDs to comfort her in less than 14 minutes. And Rumi has to reassure him up and down that she feels sad, but not overwhelmingly sad like people in K dramas are when they go through their breakup episodes. Tears were shed, but they were more like sniffles than hiccuping, choking sobs. Celine's comfort comes in a 4 minute and 20-second phone call, according to her call history. She calls her an hour before her first press release to ask if she's okay. It's that she doesn't scold her and say things like, "See, this is why I told you not to go public." She wonders if it's because Celine knows she doesn't have to say it. The phone call ends with a reminder to eat well and take her vitamins and a short goodbye. Somehow, the call gives her more of a heart cup. Rumi, Bobby calls out, looking up from his tablet. Are you sure you're okay? Do you want to go home? I can get. No, I'm fine. I'm fine, she promises. She wipes her hands on her jeans, though, and then clears her throat. You were saying about the company statement? Not a lot, Bobby promises. He flicks his eyes back down at his tablet, scrolls for a bit, then says, I just want to ask if you wanted us to take care of the statement for you and release it tomorrow morning, or if you wanted to handwrite a letter and have us post that instead. We can help if you don't know what to say, and I'll help with the wording before you start, obviously. But sometimes it's easier for fans to digest news like this if I can handwrite one, Rumi says quickly. She taps her fingers on her thigh. For once, she doesn't have to act composed, but Bobby seems to think she isn't. Um, how long do you think it's going to take people to... The pity in Bobby's eyes makes her wince. A while, Rumi. A month if we're lucky. All year if we're not, he replies sadly. Going so public with a relationship like this means people could have been invested. He grimaces at his wording. It just makes Rumi sigh. She's irritated with herself. Why didn't she wait longer to tell people? Bobby reassured her that it was because she was excited and that no one could blame her for it, but she'd like to blame herself anyway. Going public was exactly why people had torn her mother from the Sunlight Sisters. She gambled in the same way with her future. It was stupid of her, gullible too, to pretend as if she would be the exception to rules rooted so deep that she practically knows them like a second language. It's only been a half it's only been a half a day since she and Jinu broke up, and people online have already caught wind of it, have already called her a cheater and a whore 50 million times over for the sin of being in a relationship and for ending it because she wasn't happy. It was with a man who hadn't said anything on her behalf either. There was no scandal or scorn, and yet people had found ways to dig her a hole and shove her in it. That's fine. As long as no one comes after Jinu or the people that she cares for, it won't matter to her. Because he was a man, he was, at the very least, untouchable and given empathy by everyone else. But if Rumi had dated a... She blinks the thought away. None of it really phases her anymore. Not when she nearly drank orange juice with glue in it a while back, and or had been hit in the head with a full water bottle. These are just sacrifices she has to make as a dutiful daughter. Since her life had started as an accident, caused an accident, and would surely cause more in the future, this is just a small payment on a debt that would never be settled. The debt she owes for existing. Bobby doesn't keep her in the meeting room for long. He just goes over what may happen in the next few days at her scheduled interviews, gives her pointers on what to say and how to redirect, and tells her that he would always, always be there for her when she needs someone to lean on. First love breakups are always the worst, he says with a click of the tongue and a shake of the head. Are they? This doesn't feel so bad. An ache, sure, but not terrible. That lifts her spirits somehow. This must mean she's immune to hurting in the future. Sure. Believe that, 18-year-old Rumi. This must mean she's immune to hurting in the future. That's a good silver lining, at least. What do I have to do today? Rumi asks. Other than dance practice at 3. I want to see if I can fit in writing that statement letter before I eat dinner tonight. Oh, you're going out with Cypher, aren't you? Bobby gushes, putting his tablet down on the table. Do you think you can get an autograph from their magne? I've always adored that girl. Rumi laughs. You like every magne in every group. Sue me. You can't blame me for wanting to squish every magne's cheek out there, Bobby exclaims, insulted. He leans forward. So, could you? He asks, batting his eyelashes. I'd give you the keys to the city if I could, Bobby, Rumi says, giggling. Of course I will. Oh, you're the best, Bobby groans and sinks into his chair, and Rumi crosses her arms and laughs a little bit more. You have no idea how nice it is to have a client like you. No more getting snapped at for more cherries and being no more getting snapped at for more cherries and being yelled at for keeping the pits in them. Rumi shrugs. It's the least I can do for everything that you do for me. It's why everyone loves you, Bobby says happily, leaning over the table to squint at the calendar on his tablet. You have a pretty light day today. Just some promotional shoots in an hour and a meeting at the studio to review your vocal takes. Then dinner. I'll just make sure to get Bobby that signature right under. Laughing, Rumi scooches her chair over to watch him scribble it in with his stylus. Bobby lets her go after that. An assistant hands her a sandwich and a refreshing drink, and Rumi spends the next hours scribbling in her notebook and humming under her breath until Bobby pokes his head into the room again to escort her to the set of the day. He was right. Today is the day. I see it. Today is the day. Today is light, and the exhaustion in her body doesn't feel as overwhelming as it would on other days. It makes her grimace when she realizes realizes what it may seem like to the public, though, that she is doing much better after breaking a poor boy's heart, confirming what people think of her. Not even the pictures of Jinu playing pool with her friends and grinning on his story could change the narrative they'd already written for her. Rumi ducks into a van and lets herself be taken away to the studio a few kilometers away. She's offered wine to sip while she scrolls through her phone, and Rumi gratefully takes it. Rumi opens the Sunbeam app. She knows a few idol friends who abhor having to maintain it, but she knows just as many who love it. She falls somewhere between on the spectrum, as she often does with these kinds of things. If it's asked of her, she'll do it. Her opinion doesn't matter when it's part of the job. And besides, talking with her fans now and again is nice. It gives her that false sense of security sometimes, like closing her eyes and pretending that she isn't alone in the back of a chauffeured car. Rumi. Oh, that's Dee's little drawing. That's so cute. I'm sharing my screen on the YouTube, but like, I should I show it to the YouTube? It's just a little inserted image of the app. Rumi, everyone, are you all doing well today? Molotov, Tov. Rumi, Sarageyo, Rumi-chan. Kotonix. Good, because you're here. I'm just gonna say their names. Claire, how are you doing today, Queen? Rumi Ryu 01. Rumi te amo. Rumi smiles. It's weak, but it's a smile. She presses her temple against the glass and taps around on her phone until she sees the next influx of messages and her smile fades. Taigane. Oh my god, Queen, are the rumors true, by the way? Random Human 68. Was that really a real relationship? Triple Tricks. Rumi, was that real, by the way? Chaos Gamer Wolf. There's no way that was a real relationship, right? Cactus Juice. Oh my god. Sono così delusa. Pregherò per te e la tua famiglia. I'm so disappointed. I'll pray for you and your family. Jesus. Ruin me, please. I can't believe you betray us like that. Jesus. Rumi wants to turn off her phone. When things get bad like this, Rumi always tells her to turn off her phone anyway. This counts, doesn't it? Her fatigued eyes scroll through the rest of the messages, most of them about the same thing, about her betrayal with a man, until her thumb rests on something with all caps and a dozen exclamation marks. Her shoulders square. She expects more lectures and shouting, but each word loosens the tension in her shoulders. So easy on the eyes. I hope no one's bothering you about what allegedly happened, Queen. Who even gaff about a man? Everyone should be hyping your new comeback. Eagle, eagle, eagle. Eagle emoji, eagle emoji. I love you. Don't listen to any hate today. Don't ban me here too, please. Rumi barks out a laugh. Maybe today will be okay after all. I love that we're ending the like Rumi segments with like a little Zoe thingy. Oh, it scrolls? It scrolls? Oh! Well, it's not scrolling for me. It's not scrolling for me, besties. It's not scrolling for me. The other one's not the last one. Oh, okay. The first one wasn't scrolling. The second one is scrolling. Okay. Ruin me, please. I can't believe you'd betray us like that. Beetle fixation. The next thing you know, you're taking drugs. Frowny face. Happy Chop 612. I thought you were sorry, I'll do I thought you were supposed to be loyal to us. Because Happy is British. Very bad British accent, but whatever. Anyway. Yeah, only the second scrolls. The first one doesn't scroll, I don't think. Yeah. Okay. Little breaky break for me. Very British. Watch. Wow. I can do a better British accent. I just had to. Let me try it again. I thought you were supposed to be loyal to us. Also, there are so many different British accents. I'm just trying to do like some kind of RP. Okay, the next part is going to be Zoe. I'm gonna check the comment, the chat real quick. I'm getting Caitlyn flashbacks. Do I sound like? I don't know. It was so funny because God, I'm so bad. I just forgot the name of the actor. But you know how she's in the new season of Bridgerton? She opened her mouth to speak, and I was like, "Hi, Caitlyn." Mongoose. She said in a very British accent. Wait, let me check that. Man, I wonder if a certain turtle-loving fan appears. I wouldn't trust it if she didn't appear. Hi, Zoe. Y'all are leaving like sad. Like Sam is especially like leaving very sad, upsetting comments. Oh, sigh. Yeah, it did sound a lot like Caitlyn. I don't believe y'all, but thank you. I do love her voice. Oh, Big Al, her talking to her fans to pretend she isn't alone and she believes she doesn't get an opinion. Anything with work. Also, hi, Sam. Hi, Tegan. Yeah, it's rough. Stand up for yourself, queen. But it's like she started when she was a child. Like she wasn't taught that. I was smiling, giggling the entire chapter, and then I remember the car crash. Real. Zoe POV. See, Zoe wasn't always a stranger to waking up to voices. Murmured, chatty, or angry for most of her childhood, she'd known them so intimately that it was stranger to wake up to silence than the raucous sounds of her parents' latest argument or her dad's friends laughing it up downstairs. She bet she could fall asleep to a wood chipper next to her ear nowadays. When she was a teenager and her dad suffered his first heart attack and was laid off from work. Wait, his dad suffered a heart attack? That wasn't the first heart attack? Is this the first time we're finding out about this, or did I just forget? That's crazy. And was laid off from work, not due to his condition, according to his company, and just an internal thing. The silence became her new normal. She never liked it. She asked for a white noise machine for her 16th birthday and never looked back. So, hearing voices now, chattering just outside of her door and carrying through the air of the New York Airbnb while she groggily scrolls through her phone, makes her want to sink her face right into the mattress and never get up. It's like having a live noise machine. Did she bring it up with her? Did she accidentally turn it on? She told them not to turn it on while she was napping because it could make her sleep, for a gentle knock at the door startles her more awake. She lifts her head and grumbles something akin to, mm. The doorknob twists, and Mira pokes her head into the room. She knows it's Mira from how bright her hair is, even with her blurry vision. It makes her want to giggle, but her chest feels too fuzzy from sleep to do that. She slams her phone screen down and slides it under her pillow. She can look at her emails later when she's more awake for that kind of bullshit. Morning, bok choy. Mira greets. The noise that comes from the back of her throat sounds partially like hacking up phlegm and indignity. Bok choy? Bok choy doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, Mira says with a half shrug. How would you feel if I started calling you kangaroo? Zoe asks defensively. Kangaroo, Mira corrects with the actual pronunciation. The sexier one, if she's being honest, but she can't let Mira win this round with her stupid face and her last name pretty privilege. See? Whatever you say, bok choy, Mira says, and Zoe can't find it in herself to whine again. Her mouth feels too dry, and her head's too heavy to put anywhere else but the pillow. Dang, how long did she sleep? Mira answers the question for her without having to hear it. Bestie telepathy at its best. 2 hours, she says simply, tapping the doorknob. Before you get up, we're not late. Yet. I just thought you wanted some time to shake the sleep off. Zoe groans and flips onto her back like a hot dog on a grill. She raises her arms over her head to stretch, then says, between yawns, Thank you, Bubbles. You're the best, you know that? I've been told once or twice. Mira answers with a small smirk. Do you want us to make you anything? Zoe shakes her head and smacks her lips. I'm fine, amor, she says, still deep-voiced from sleep. She sees Mira's eyebrow twitch at the sound of her voice, or the pet name, which doesn't come half as teasy and jokey as she wanted it to be. Mira must be trying hard not to make fun of her. She clears her throat and tries her hand to gain back a semblance of her dignity. Wait, what were you two doing while I was asleep? She's guessing the voices she heard were Rumi and Mira anyway. It could very well be the Airbnb owner telling them to shut up, considering all the times they've cackled or shouted at each other while playing games late at night. But she likes to think that she knows their voices at this point. Besides, even through the haze of sleep, those voices had sounded gentle. They've been quite gentle for the past few weeks now. Well, they've always been gentle with her, but now it seems like she doesn't have to worry much about hearing the snap of their voices at a whim. It doesn't feel like there's a rubber band pointed straight at her anymore. Work, mostly, Mira says smoothly. There's no reason for her to lie now, or ever, with her. Rumi's agency is bothering her again. They think that because she said yes to this and that she's ready to say yes to everything else. She rolls her eyes. How about you? Zoe asks, crawling onto her elbows. She stifles a yawn. You were having trouble looking for work, weren't you? Mira groans and eases the door open a little bit more to let herself in. She sits down heavily on the corner of the small bed and flops onto her back to stare at the ceiling. I was looking for work in California, she corrects, lulling her head to the side to look at her. Have a bunch of offers out of the country, but... So why won't you take it? Zoe asks her gently. The silence hangs for a second too long for her liking. Mira reaches over to pat her knee. Don't worry about it right now, she says gently. That's a tomorrow problem, or whatever you say when you stream. Zoe giggles. Are you sure you don't want anything? We're making ramyun. I thought they were serving food at the party, Zoe muses. Not very good food if you ask me, Mira mutters. It makes Zoe laugh, and she can start to feel herself waking up. Ramyun before leaving wouldn't hurt anybody. Zoe snorts. Mira quirks an eyebrow. What? So did you go up to Rumi and ask Ramyun Moko Gallae? Mira turns over to pull at her leg, and Zoe squeaks with a laugh. It's not her fault that Mira left that shit out in the open. The opportunity to make a Netflix and chill joke was right there. At least she didn't tell her to say matchamyeon Moko Gallae, which was arguably much better if you ask her. I'll come back in 15 minutes to check if you fell back asleep, Mira says with a huff. Or if you died. Sounds good? You don't want to stay in here with me? No, Mira says flatly. You hate! Because I know for a fact that you're going to wrap your whole body around me and you're going to whine in my ear about how you want to stay in bed for longer. And then you'll whine again after asking me why I let you stay in bed for that long. I wouldn't do that now, Zoe exclaims, kicking her in the shoulder. Mira snickers like Tom from Tom and Jerry. We have places to be. I know how to be responsible. I never said you weren't, Mira replies, a peculiar smile on her lips. You're a very responsible girl. Why, thank you, Zoe says happily. Her voice drops. Jesus! Oh, awesome. Give me a second. Preparing. I'm just laughing. Breathe out. Already saw a word. Already saw a sentence. Her voice drops. You're a very good girl, Zoe. The flush that runs through her system is enough to wake her up, and then some. It works just as well as 4 cups of coffee mixed with Monster Mango Loco. She kicks Mira again, albeit weakly, and Mira only cackles. Insane how that can work twice in the span of an hour. Mira muses. Zoe raises her eyebrows. But you only said it what? Mira! Mira! You little. Mira. But you only said it once to me. I'll check on you in 10 minutes, Mira says quickly. And Zoe swallows back her laugh. Call one of us if you need anything. I thought you were giving me 15, Zoe complains. Mira huffs and rectifies. 20 then. Happy? Oh, for sure, Zoe says happily. Mira tugs on her ankle one last time just to fuck with her, and then gets up to leave. If you need anything, just call, Zoe recites with an even bigger huff. She's already unearthing her phone from underneath her pillow. There's no use in trying to take a short nap now. She doesn't want to be lulled by the sirens. I'll be fine for 15 minutes, Mimi. Go seduce Rumi. I wasn't. You weren't, but you could. Mira flips her off as she touches the door handle. Giggling under her breath, Zoe calls out, Love you! Jedero male? Jedero male. Let's look up what that means, y'all. I am not fluent in Korean. Jedero male. Girl, give me it. Please. Speak. Or in Mira's perfectly annoyed and whiny and still somehow hot and authoritative, maybe she's sleepier than she thought voice. Say it right. I love you, Zoe corrects. Love you more, Mira grunts out. Now you. Now you. But Mira clicks the door shut, and Zoe flops onto her side with a big ol' huff. So much for equality in their friendship. Then her phone pings yet again, and Zoe twists it over to look. Miyamura says, I love you more in Korean. I love you more. It makes Zoe grin. Mira's a big softie who couldn't be anything else if she tried, and Zoe loves her for it. It's like trying to force a teddy bear to not be soft and cuddly. Speaking of teddy bears, Zoe picks up her head and looks around in confusion. She swears that Barry was on the bed with them when they slept here the first night. In fact, Rumi had held onto him like a lifeline. Where did he go? She hopes he didn't fall off the bed. It always makes her close her eyes in agony whenever she wakes up and one of her children is lying on the cold, hard ground. Zoe lifts up the blanket to check underneath it, then looks behind the pillows. She spots him, finally, sitting inside of Rumi's duffel bag, carefully placed like he was just going to bed for a while. Rumi told her once that she can't go to sleep unless she's holding him. What changed? Is the concrete jungle that compelling for otherworldly change? She contemplates lying back down on the bed to scroll through the rest of her notifications, but she has a feeling that she's going to succumb to the woes of doom scrolling if she stays in here for any longer. Zoe turns off her phone and half-asses her post-nap stretches before strolling into the kitchen. She mentally prepares herself for anything that she might see. Rumi and Mira bickering over when to leave, then watching TV with Mira's long legs draped over Rumi's lap, then making fun of Genu on YouTube with his fan cams, them passionately locking lips on the counter while their hands are moving down south and clothes are strewn over the couch, and nope, none of the above. Mira's just eating ramyeon on the couch, and Rumi is leaning against the kitchen counter, typing away on her phone with a steaming cup next to her. Try to get her to put it down, Mira says quietly to her, rolling her eyes in Rumi's direction. She brings more noodles into her mouth. One cheek full, she muffly adds, "Help the poor girl." Zoe salutes her and goes to do her sworn duty. She picks up Rumi's chopsticks and twirls some noodles onto it. With a soft sigh through her nose, Rumi opens her mouth without saying anything else. Giggling, Zoe puts her palm underneath the noodles as she brings them up to Rumi's lips. Rumi eats obediently from her hand. It was hard in the beginning to convince Rumi to let herself be fed. Rumi always felt like eating was something that she could do herself, but Zoe had pouted and bickered with her enough times to make her see the light. Food is food, and when the people who love her offer to help her eat, there shouldn't be anything wrong with letting them. "Is it Blessington?" Zoe asks her happily. Rumi raises her eyebrow in silent question. Zoe clarifies. "Is it good?" "Very good." Very good, Rumi promises. And she glances down at her phone to swipe into her notes. Zoe watches her type out, "Blessington. Good." Next to the company salts. Funny song. It makes her press down a laugh. "When we get back to Burbank, we should use that fancy matcha you guys imported from Japan for my dad so we can make matchamyeon," Zoe says brightly. She stabs her chopsticks into the cup. "We have to put less water in it so it'll be thicker, unless we add milk to it for the creaminess, but it's personal pref. And it has to be bulldog noodles because they hold sauce so much better. And oh, we gotta throw tok in there too." She counts off her fingers. "And then we add 1 part condensed milk, 1 part regular milk, but not too much to overwhelm the matcha, and then a pop of salt for blessingtonness or depth if you prefer. Then holy shit, if you mash a banana in it, please." Mira groans from the couch. "My stomach stopped gurgling today. I don't need to hear this." Poor Mira IBS vibes. I don't need to hear this. Without looking up from her phone, Rumi chuckles and asks, "Excited for tonight?" "Hell yeah, I am," Zoe says happily. She brings the noodles up to her lips to blow on them, then serves them over to Rumi. "Aren't you?" Rumi hums in thought at that. "Well, probably not as excited as you are, but it seems like a fun night out." Her eyes soften when she looks up to see Zoe blowing on her noodles for her. "It'll be fun because the both of you will be there." "Sap," Zoe teases, but she almost preens at the compliment. The end of her chopsticks touch Rumi's bottom lip, and Rumi slurps. She watches, hungry, as she adds, "I really hope we don't stay for too long, though. Being in New York destroyed my sleep schedule." "You mean fixed it?" Mira pipes up from the couch. She rests her head on the couch cushions to squint at her. "You'd go to bed when the sun rises and wake up when it goes sometimes. I almost hired you a sleep therapist, girl. I need a when will my rich sugar mommy girlfriend hire me a sleep therapist? My God." "Well, that's better than the actual shrink you keep telling me to get," Zoe teases. Mira opens her mouth to respond, and from the furrow in her brow, probably not anything good. But Zoe forges on with, "I'm surprised you're not ready yet, Rumi. I thought artists get ready like 12 hours before their performances sometimes." "My team is speedy," Rumi simply answers, and Zoe grins at the subtle brag in her tone. "They'll have me out of the makeup chair in time for my performance, even if I get to the venue an hour late." Zoe tilts her head and dips the chopsticks back into the ramyeon cup. "You're not getting ready with us?" She's careful in making sure she doesn't sound as disappointed as she feels. Rumi doesn't owe that to them. This trip was, after all, to make sure that Rumi still got to do the things that she likes to do even when she's with Zoe. The last thing that Zoe would ever want for Rumi or Mira is to make them think they have to bend over backward for her. Zoe would never ask them to sacrifice anything for her. I get ready at venues or in trailers with my team, Rumi explains. Her smile is apologetic and a little sad at the corners. I can call them here, but I doubt having 15 different people run around the Airbnb would be a good idea. Zoe grimaces at the thought. No, definitely not. That's okay, she says sincerely. She brings more noodles up to Rumi's mouth. So are you leaving soon to get ready? Rumi slurps up the noodles, then glances down at her phone. In about half an hour, yeah, she says, the sadness evident in her tone. So me and Mira are just going to meet you at the party then? Zoe inquires. She tries to, once again, not make it obvious that she's sad about it. Just a tiny bit. Yeah, Rumi says. There's an odd pause in the air, like the second before the toaster springs up with her burnt toast. Then Rumi asks, her voice softer, is that okay? Why wouldn't it be okay, silly really? I don't want to make you feel like I was doing it to avoid you or hide you, Rumi explains. And the plain honesty startles Zoe so much that she nearly pokes her nose with the chopsticks while trying to blow on the rest of the noodles. Rumi's hand snakes around her hip to smooth under her shirt, the pad of her thumb against Zoe's goosebumped skin, and Zoe nearly misses her mouth again. I'm going to check up on you and Mira at the party whenever I can. I mean, I can't talk to you as much as I'd like to, but I promise I'll try to check up on you at least once to make sure you aren't overwhelmed or. Rumi, you're such a sweetie, Zoe says sincerely, scooting closer to her to bring more noodles to Rumi's lips. But we're going to the party because you were invited. We're coming to support you, not stress you out even more, like a tarsier. Nosy Mira rests her head back on the couch to squint at her in confusion. What does a tarsier have to do with going to a party? They can get so stressed out that they die. That's Rumi. They can get so stressed out that they die, Rumi explains casually, tapping around on her phone. Her manager or someone from the party, Zoe assumes. It's easy for them to get stressed out. Sometimes they'll die from stress induced heart attacks, holding their breath, or they bash their heads in, Zoe finishes, a little grim. Their skulls are super thin, so it's like insta death whenever they do that. Mira's eyes flick back and forth between them in confusion. How the hell do you two know that? I thought everyone knew that tarsiers are the Rumi of the animal kingdom. Rumi says innocently. I looked it up after a fan told me once. Rumi says at the same time. Little dance, lines, little dance for the realization moment. She pauses for a second to think about what Zoe said, then whips her head to look at her. Hey, what do you mean? Mira snorts. You're both so weird. And yet, here you are, eating the cup noodles I bought with the precious lunch money Oma gave me and bumming out on a couch, Zoe says with a dramatic sigh. There's only a couple bites left in Rumi's ramyun cup, and she digs around in it to get as much as possible. Freaking freeloader! Mira huffs. Whatever, she mutters, stabbing the inside of her cup with much gusto. It makes Zoe giggle. Hey, Rumi. Rumi's shoulders twitch. What? At least she doesn't sound too defensive. Mira just looks over at her with a light roll of the eyes, then answers, I'm still eating. Can you help Zoe while I eat? Zoe glances over at Rumi in confusion, who seems just as confused. Help me with what? Mira looks down at her phone. Well, they told me that they were. There's a small tap at the door of their Airbnb. It's not an incessant knock, like one from an annoyed neighbor, but Zoe still flinches. Mira glances up from her phone to smirk at her. Never mind, it's here, she drawls, settling back into the couch. She looks so comfortable where she is. It reminds Zoe so much of Derpy and his favorite spot on top of a couch. Help her, please. I'll double check your work when I'm done. Rumi narrows her eyes at her. I told you that you didn't have to call for it, she says, exasperated. I could have asked, but you were too busy and I wasn't, Mira replies easily. Help her and take the bag from the door before someone in the neighborhood takes it. It'll take too much time to replace. Too much time, not money, because of course. Then Zoe lets that sink in, and she looks sharply at Mira. You better not have. If it makes you feel better, Mira interrupts, unconcerned by Zoe's tight face. I didn't spend any money on anything. It's from my collection. I just had an attendant bring it over. An attendant from where? Zoe cries out. Rumi puts a hand on her back to comfort her. It quite unfortunately works. I'll go get it, she says gently. She says gently to Zoe, but with a glare in Mira's direction, and adds with that same glare, just please, next time, let me help out with. Oh, as if you don't have something on the way either. Mira retorts. Mine didn't cost anything. Yours? I said I was getting it, Rumi exclaims. One brisk walk to the door later reveals a bag slumped on the floor. Just a quick glance at it makes Zoe instantly know that it's not any ordinary shopping bag from the mall, though. It's matte black with shiny satin rope handles, and there's no glaring logo stamped on the side to tell her where it's from. A Korean character that I don't know is embossed between the holes of the handle in gold. Rumi doesn't even look inside. She picks up the bag and turns around with a huff, just in time for Mira to gulp down some more ramyun and tell them, there should be two in the bag. There should be two in the bag. Had them tweaked to Zoe's size last night. Let Zoe pick. Yeah, I know, Rumi grumbles. Rumi gently. Rumi lifts her head to look at Zoe, and she jerks her head over to their bedroom. Come with me, sweet pea? She asks, her voice gentle. Mira snorts, and Rumi throws her another glare. Okay? Zoe squeaks out. That was way too squeaky, but it's fine. Okay? Zoe squeaks out. Rumi gently closes the door behind them as soon as they enter. She places the bag on the table and takes out the contents carefully, and each one just makes Zoe want to kill herself more and more. A three-piece suit, a backless cocktail dress, and fuzzy pink socks. Zoe remembers complaining to Mira last night about how cold the Airbnb can get in the middle of the night and that she would always wake up with cold feet because of it. Rumi muses, I'm surprised she even had these. She doesn't usually wear this color unless it's for a shoot. Zoe almost asks, isn't black the most common color for people to have in their closets? She knows she does, which she kind of regrets because the cat hair almost always shows up on her black cardigans. She's gone through more lint rollers in her lifetime than half a neighborhood in Burbank would ever have to. But then Rumi sets the pieces down on the bed, and Zoe catches a glimpse of them shimmering in the light. It's a dark navy, esoteric as the ocean. It reminds her a little of Rumi. I think teal would have looked beautiful on you too, Rumi murmurs, almost to herself. Zoe rests her head on Rumi's shoulder, standing on her tiptoes. Why? Because it's your favorite color? She teases. She feels Rumi's strong shoulder twitch under her chin. No, teal, your favorite color, she argues. Mine is green-blue, yours is blue-green. There is no difference, Zoe retorts. Well, yes, there is. She gets exasperated with her dad whenever he forgets that she likes blue-green and not green-blue and gets the wrong color of cake for her birthdays. There is definitely a difference, but she likes riling Rumi up even more. Predictably, Rumi cranes her neck to look at her with a stink eye. What do you mean there's no difference? You're telling me that you think there's no difference between a nice green-blue versus a blue-green? You think blue-green is awful? Zoe asks, affronted. So you do know there's a difference. I didn't say that. So if I got you a green-blue hoodie, you'd... No! Rumi beams at her, satisfied. Zoe wants to chomp on her shoulder to get her to stop grinning at her like that. Then again, she would bite Rumi's shoulder for free. She already bites Mira's shoulder all the time. and Mira's complaints about her sharp teeth are starting to lessen, which means that her shoulder skin is toughening up thanks to her. She'd bite Rumi too, but there's that fear of accidentally getting Rumi too bruised up before a super important idol engagement meeting, or that she'd be getting annoyed with her, or which one do you want to wear to the party? Rumi asks her, rubbing the arm of the suit. Sorry, it got really loud outside. Zoe looks down to look at it. She's too scared to reach out and touch it. She bets that one square of fabric on either of them costs more than her life insurance. I have a dress in my suitcase, she says weakly. I don't need. And you have every right to wear it if that's what you want, Rumi promises. She lets go of the sleeve. But I think Mira would really like seeing you in her clothes. I wear her clothes all the time, Zoe whines. She doesn't care. The inside corner of Rumi's eyebrow twitches. She glances up at her in surprise as she answers, Really? You don't notice whenever she stares when you walk around the kitchen with nothing but her hoodie on? I wear shorts underneath, Zoe argues. It really doesn't look like it, Rumi says flatly. Besides the point, she replies offhandedly. I don't want to risk accidentally tearing her clothes when I already have my own. You know for a fact that she can replace anything you rip or burn a billion times over, Rumi reminds her, crossing her arms. And if she went through the trouble of getting you someone to tailor her clothes to your size, fly them to New York, and bring them here, I'm guessing that it's because she wants you to. Damn, she really hates it when they make sense. Wait, how did she even get my size? Zoe asks in disbelief. Mira's just good at that. Rumi says, Mira's just good at that, Rumi says with a shrug. It brings her back to the small clothing shop in California. She wants to ask Rumi if there's any stories like that with Mira. So, drawn to either one. Sorry, my mind went to friendly rivalry. If you know, you know. Sorry, I was like, oh, I'm back in the building. Anyway, uh, so drawn to either one. Zoe hums. She counts to 3 in her head and puts her palm on the fabric of the dress when she gets to 3, and she marvels at the feeling under her hand. She's never felt something this soft and heavy before. Everything she ever wore is either scratch city or too light to be anything other than a polyester blend. The only time she's worn anything remotely expensive was when she rented out a suit for her senior prom. Even then, she had to spend all night with a bunch of Tide pens after staining a spot. What do you think? Zoe asks. When Rumi opens her mouth, she quickly adds, And don't give me the whatever makes you happy spiel. I want opinions. Rumi gives her a weak laugh. I mean, I think both would look great on you. You can try them on and see. Zoe bobs her head up and down in consideration. She still doesn't like the idea of accidentally tearing up Mira's clothes, but she also knows that Rumi has places to be, and it gives her less time to think too hard about the consequences of her own actions. Namely, when she hooks her fingers on the hem of her shirt to bring it up over her head. What? She hears Rumi yelp like a kicked dog when she does. Her shirt goes right over her head, and Zoe shakes her hair out of her face to stare at Rumi in wide-eyed panic. What? 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 She exclaims. Wait, what? Wait. Okay. What? She exclaims. I was confused about who was doing. For a second, I was like, is Zoe taking off Rumi's shirt? Because that feels crazy. No, Zoe's taking off her own shirt. Sorry. I was like, who's doing what? Whatever. Rumi's eyes dart away from her when she sees Zoe staring. There's no flush in her cheeks, but Zoe can tell from the unsteady way her eyes look around the room that she's panicking just as much as Zoe is. Sorry, Zoe blurts out, her shirt hanging limp in her hands. I just thought Mira and I change a lot together, so I didn't think you'd mind. If do you want to step out or No, it's Rumi clears her throat. It's fine. I can help you get into the clothes if you need it. Now it's Zoe's turn to blue screen. Are you sure? She stammers. Having Rumi help her shimmy into a dress and tighten the strings at the back, knuckles caressing her bare skin, is something she probably already read in a Rumi X reader fic, probably titled Dress or something. Honestly, she probably wrote some herself in high school. If she had the opportunity to write it again, she would have made sure to include how strong and muscular Rumi's back and shoulders and biceps and triceps and arms are when your name is up close. The fan cams don't do them justice enough. I'm sure, Rumi says, her voice even but slightly high. She gestures at the clothes for Zoe to take her pick, and Zoe snatches up the suit so fast that she startles them both. Getting into the three-piece is easy enough. She forgoes the pants in fear of flashing Rumi with her stupid pizza panties, but the waistcoat and jacket fit her so well that she stands stunned in the middle of the bedroom when she realizes that she doesn't have to wrangle anything into place. Rumi brushes off her shoulders for her. Like it? She asks. It's dashing, Zoe comments sincerely. She stares at herself at the floor-length mirror in the corner of the room. She pokes a hand inside the jacket and exclaims, "Oh, pockets!" Rumi laughs, fingers picking off lint as she comments, "Mira loves them, so I'm not surprised. Want to go with that one?" "Maybe," Zoe considers with a hum, tapping her bottom lip. "What do you think?" "I think you look very handsome," Rumi teases. Her hands smooth down Zoe's arms, and Zoe tries her best to avoid looking her in the eyes. "But I think the important thing here is what you think." "Knew you'd say that," Zoe grumbles, but Rumi laughs at her displeasure. She twists around to look at the back of the jacket and smiles at the sight of it. "Do you know what this suit reminds me of? A tiny bit of Mr. Darcy." "Really?" Rumi muses. "Just a tiny bit," Zoe defends. "I don't really remember much from that movie, I'm going to be so honest. The only thing I really remember is that one line, the incandescent something when he calls her Mrs. Darcy." Rumi doesn't skip a beat in reciting, sounding possessed by the spirit of a British woman in the Regency era. "You may only call me Mrs. Darcy when you are completely, perfectly, incandescently happy." That one. Zoe pivots on her heel to stare at her. "What?" Rumi asks, an amused lift to the corner of her mouth. "How do you remember things that fast?" Zoe accuses. "The near EGOT status wasn't enough for you." Rumi jokes! Okay, Rumi, very humble, are we? We're so humble. Caitlin. LMFAO. The near EGOT. Jaime had tweeted about this. Was it like, yeah, she has an Emmy, Grammy, and an Oscar, right? She needs a Tony, I think. I think that was the case. The most humble. Yeah, she needs a Tony from what I know, because there is nothing suggested that she did a Broadway musical. Zoe nearly slaps the middle of her forehead. "Oh, right, actress." She laughs nervously at herself, warm in the face. "My bad. I just thought you were super into Pride and Prejudice, and I was about to make fun of you." "Well, I think it's a good movie," Rumi muses. "But I like anything with a good romance in it." "Anyone can tell that much," Zoe teases. Rumi tilts her head in confusion and asks, "What do you mean?" "Nothing," she says quickly. "Should I try on the dress?" She probably shouldn't have asked that. She really shouldn't have asked that, because it's how she ends up in her underwear in front of the girl she's had a crush on since she was, 14? There's not enough time for her to panic or be embarrassed by it, though, because Rumi's fingers work fast. Not like that, but they still work pretty fast. She can't tell if Rumi's getting her out of the suit jacket and into the dress as fast as she does because she's just as embarrassed as Zoe is, or because she's too used to all the quick wardrobe changes as an idol, or if maybe it's damn, how many people have you been with to get this quick with getting them out of their clothes? Zoe teases, slightly breathless from 2 seconds ago when Rumi had pulled on the strings on the back of the dress to tighten the waist. Rumi's nimble fingers work on tying the loose strings on her back as she chuckles and answers, "Not too many, but enough." That makes Zoe freeze. She wasn't expecting an actual response. Her fingers. That makes Zoe freeze. She feels Rumi's fingers falter on her. Is this the part where she says, "You go, girl," or what? Because she's not upset, really. She's not. It's just, "Sorry," Rumi says quickly. "I didn't mean to make it sound like that." "No, it's cool," Zoe soothes. She swipes her hair off her back and over her shoulder to let Rumi work the zipper. She swallows the dryness in her throat before adding, "I like to think that I'm a pretty sex positive person, you know? It's fine." Rumi chuckles dryly under her breath. "I know. I just didn't want to make it sound like..." Her fingers hook over the inside of the dress, knuckle on skin, and Zoe tenses. Rumi notices, and the warmth flees from her skin. Rumi clears her throat. "All that matters to me now is you two," Rumi says softly. Zoe looks over her shoulder to look at her. Her smile comes out wobbly but sincere. "I just said it didn't bother me, silly," she replies, exasperated. She wonders if Rumi is saying it now because it's bothered. Rumi notices. She always does, somehow. She always thinks that it's just Mira who knows her small little tells, but Rumi reaches into her soul and sees as easily as Mira can. "Mira knows," she promises. "We've talked about it a lot." Yeah, I bet. All those therapy sessions. Oh, Zoe wasn't really worried about that. She knows for a fact that the two of them have been talking more than she could have ever hoped for. Rumi's fingers are gentle on her hip while she ties off the rest. Zoe blinks back at the mirror and at the cutely concentrated look on Rumi's face. Never would have pegged Mira for the jealous type, TBH. Protective in some cases, maybe. Mira's face never tightens when Zoe coos about other K-pop idols or models, but a hand comes around her hip whenever they're in public and they feel the sneer of someone else. Zoe would liken her to a cat who knows its way around the house and its belongings more than anything else. Possessive could be another word. The jealousy was never the problem, Rumi admits. Zoe can hardly feel her fingers on her hip. "I thought it was, but it was more like because she was..." What word did she use? She mutters to herself under her breath to find the word, and Zoe feels the gentle tightening of strings by her lower back. "Angry?" Zoe guesses, then guesses again. "Frustrated? Didn't know what to do with all that ass?" She has a terrible tendency of joking around when the situation doesn't really call for it. It's all she knows, though, and she doesn't want to make Rumi feel like she has to tell her anything. Rumi laughs breathlessly, then answers, "Frustrated, yeah. It's easier to say you're jealous than think anything else." "Do you get jealous?" Zoe asks curiously. "What kind of jealous?" Rumi asks back. "Any kind of jealous," she answers. She'd look over her shoulder to look at her, but something about this conversation feels as taut as a violin string. Like of other idols? Sorry, that was so loud. Like of other idols or of us, Zoe wants to ask. "Sometimes," Rumi admits, her voice gentle. Zoe hears her sigh through her nose. "Some days it's hard not to. Other days I don't mind it as much. When we were dating, Mira told me that she knew I wouldn't do anything to leave her out of the loop. But she was..." Rumi thinks about it as her knuckles brush against the dip in Zoe's lower back. Zoe tries not to make her shiver seem too obvious. "She said it was easier to be angry with each other than to talk, I guess." Rumi finally answers. "I think I agree. I didn't realize why she was acting that way until I saw her with you, and Well, it's easier now that we're in, you know. Zoe lets that hang in the air. Then she looks over her shoulder and softly asks, "So, do you think Mira would mind if we had coffee?" Rumi's hands freeze over her back. Her knuckles fall away, and Zoe breathes out. She's not scared, but the tension in the air feels almost suffocating. "What are you really asking me, Zoe?" Rumi whispers. Zoe's breath comes like a short laugh. "Just exactly what I said," she says carefully, turning to meet Rumi's gentle gaze. "If we went out for coffee, do you think Mira would mind? I know you wouldn't have it when it was me and Mira, but..." She knows realistically that the answer would be no. Mira had never stopped either of them from having coffee anymore, and sometimes Zoe thinks that she's been actively pushing for it. Zoe just wants to hear it from someone who knows Mira just as well as she does, if not more, if not so much more. But Rumi just leans over with a small smile on her lips, and she taps the bottom of Zoe's chin with a curled finger. A gentle admonishment. "Talk to her when you're ready," Rumi says carefully. If it helps, if it helps, I think you'd like the answer." Zoe's chuckle is breathless. The answer feels as relieving as dangling over a cliff edge and finally plummeting. It's oddly relieving and every bit as exhilarating. Um, she looks around the room to find something to change the topic. "I didn't bring any jewelry with me," as if she has any in the first place. At least none that won't turn her skin green. "Do you think I could just for tonight?" "Oh, baby, of course," Rumi says sincerely, and Zoe's knee almost jerks in response to the pet name. Rumi walks over to fetch her luggage, and she rummages around until she presents a small jewelry box to Zoe. The contents are more or less what Zoe had expected: shiny jewels and bands that glitter in the incandescent light of the room, each probably costing more than her house in Burbank. But the diamonds aren't what catches her eye. Stop, stop, stop. It's here. It's here. It's the necklace lying in the corner by itself, polished and reflecting her eye. She points at it. "You kept it?" she asks gently. I fucking knew it. It's polished even. Mm-hmm. Rumi's eyes roam over her face in confusion until she catches what Zoe's finger points to, and her eyebrows jerk upwards. She doesn't necessarily seem panicked by it, which surprises Zoe more. She seems almost relieved in an odd kind of way. "I didn't know where else to put it," Rumi admits. "I know I should have thrown it out a while ago, but..." She shrugs helplessly. "I'm glad you didn't," Zoe tells her. She means it. "I think it's too pretty to throw out. Even if you threw this probably $1,000 necklace out, especially in the ocean, I would have killed you, like straight up killed you." Rumi laughs, though it's still close to relief. "It wasn't $1,000. It was like $20,000. I don't remember," she muses. "Thank God," Zoe moans, and the corner of Rumi's eyebrow twitches. She's not sure what that means, but there are too many matters at hand. Zoe's hand reaches out for the necklace, drawn by the soft curves of the chain and the way the golden heart catches the light, until she stops herself. It would feel almost wrong of her to touch something this precious. It would either burn her like molten gold or freeze her where she is. "What's mine is yours," Rumi says again, so stubbornly that it reminds her of... Mira would say the same. "Whatever we give is yours. Whatever you want, whatever we have, is yours too." Zoe doesn't know why it makes her throat tighten. Such a simple, flirty line, and yet it's leaving her a bit breathless. Rumi's mouth tilts faintly upwards. I think you would look gorgeous in it. It would pair nicely with the earrings I bought and the dress. She is gonna wear the locket to the freaking part. Zoe is wearing the. Okay. Oh. Oh, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. Okay. Okay. Oh, so you're deciding on the dress for me? She teases. Rumi shrugs. Dress or suit, either would look gorgeous on you. Zoe huffs and reaches for the necklace again. It feels much heavier on her fingers than she thought. Even though she already expected some weight to it, it's deceptively heavy for the size and thinness of the chains, but she supposes that's what makes it so appealing, to know that it's still around the neck, even if it's tucked away from sight. Can I put it on you? Rumi asks out of the blue. There is a rare edge of shyness to her words, the kind of shyness that Zoe only hears when Rumi plays coy characters in dramas or when it's the middle of the night and she asks Zoe to come closer to her on the couch while they watch movies. The tail end of Zoe's exhale comes with a breathless, "Okay, I mean, yeah, if you want." She practically shoves the necklace in Rumi's face before she can overthink it. Rumi takes it from her hand with no more than a shy chuckle, gentle as she always is. Then her warm knuckles brush over Zoe's neck to push her hair away as if she always had sanction to. Well, that wouldn't be untrue. Rumi could always do anything she liked with her. For once, Zoe isn't thinking too hard about the more fanficky implications of that. Just Rumi's warm hands on hers, so featherlight on her skin, like she doesn't want to intrude on more than she has to. The floorboards beneath them creak ever so softly as Rumi wraps it around her neck, her controlled breaths tickling Zoe's baby hairs. Zoe herself doesn't dare breathe too hard. Unsurprisingly, it doesn't take long for Rumi to clasp it. It's the gentlest click she hears before Rumi takes a step away, obediently unobtrusive. Zoe lets herself breathe after that. After all, she doesn't expect her Rumi to be the type to linger after a duty has been done. Rumi has never been one to act on her wants, however much Zoe wishes she would, if only just once. But maybe it's the adrenaline of the upcoming party, or because Rumi is finally learning that those expectations are shattered tonight, at least just in this small bubble between them. Warm knuckles trace over the expanse of her neck, over her throat, and the jump of her pulse until it stops over the necklace. Locket, Zoe corrects in her head. A locket that belongs to Rumi and Mira. Rumi and Mira, not. The difference between pretty and beautiful may seem so negligible anywhere else, Rumi murmurs, her breath so close to her skin. But I think I see the difference now. Her fingers glide over Zoe's goosebumped skin to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. With you. Hi, Reef. Hi, Reef. I'm planning. Wait, y'all, let me pull out. I have a necklace. Pulling out the heart necklace. So much symbolism in those lockets. In honor of the lockets returning, the heart necklace comes on. Oh my god. I hate putting on necklaces. It's so annoying. Anyway. Hi, Reef. Oh my god. Get in there. I hate putting on necklaces. Should I just leave it like this? Just leave it like this. Okay. Okay. She's looking right at Zoe through the mirror. Sorry, I want to pop in before I go play Stardew Valley with Chris. Y'all do your Stardew Valley and have fun. Have fun, y'all. Love you. I love you guys. Okay. She's looking right at Zoe through the mirror. Zoe's always teased her about how big and brown her eyes can get when she's sad about something. usually when a movie has a sad ending or when she doesn't get enough cuddle time. So puppy like in every sense of the word. She always jokes, "Oh my god, this is annoying me. I'm just gonna leave it like that." But Rumi isn't the only one faced with clarity tonight. She can see how sharp Rumi's eyes look, even through the mirror. It's disarming and predatory all at once. But the difference between her and prey is that she would give her neck willingly. Ah! Okay! Do you remember what other time Rumi had a predatory look? Chapter 11, baby! um, she clears her throat. Oh god. She needs to get out of here before. Zoe says, high pitched. A sharp 1-2 knock at the door has them both flying away from each other. Oh, is this the we're having sex snippet? Is this the we're having sex snippet? If it is, I'll laugh so hard. You two okay in there? Mira asks, voice slightly muffled, but the concern is clear enough. You better still be awake. I'm not dragging you two out of bed when you guys were the ones who wanted to go. I said I was down to sleep in. Zoe and Rumi stare at each other, eyes darting around in panic. Rumi's eyes dart down to her neckline, and for a moment, Zoe thinks, wow, Rumi, way to be super obvious when you're a boob guy, until she remembers what Rumi might be staring at. Wait, is Mira seeing them or is she just knocking? I think she's just knocking. Anyway, then Zoe glances at herself in the mirror, still sporting the locket, and stares at the window nearby. She contemplates jumping out of it. Wait, why? It's not like Rumi is her Tinder hookup. It's just a necklace. Locket, necklace. What the fuck do rich gay people call these things? Hello, Mira calls out, disgruntled and concerned. I can probably find a fireman's axe outside to break this door down if you need me to. Rumi clears her throat a total of 4 times. Sorry. Zoe shakes her head at her, wide-eyed, making cutting motions across her neck. Rumi calls out a squeaky, we're having sex! Yup, here we go! Finally! After waiting for 2 chapters, finally we have it. We're having sex. Oh my god, I'm gonna figure this out because it's annoying the shit out of me. It just doesn't want to go in my stupid life. We're having sex. Oh, I hate it. I am like feeling especially awkward today. Can't get it in the freaking. Okay, give me a fucking second because this is bothering me. Okay, I did it. Oh my god. Mira goes dead silent on the other side of the door. So do they. Their wide-eyed stares at each other would probably seem like something straight out of a college comedy sketch if Zoe wasn't about to rip the door open and fall to her knees to ask for forgiveness on Rumi's behalf for being so Rumi. Not that there's anything wrong with Rumi. She likes it when Rumi is Rumi. Just sometimes Rumi's Ruminess, well, not Ruminess, but Mira bursts out laughing, cackling more like, need a condom? She asks giddily. Or dental dams? There's some in my bag. No! Rumi and Zoe scream. She's not sure who's more mortified between the two of them. Taking the risk, huh? Mira drawls. Even through the wall, she sounds unbearably giddy. Zoe already knows she's never going to hear the end of it at the party. Make it a quickie. One of you has to leave soon, and the other wants me to do her hair. Zoe coughs into her fist. Will do? She calls back, then immediately winces. Why didn't she just? Rumi, on the other hand, looks mildly confused. Wait, why do you have dental Get a move on or I'm leaving without you. Gross. Mira is like, I came prepared, bitch. I came prepared. She is the funniest. I'm gonna take a little break because I'm gonna take a little break, yeah. Respect for all eventualities. Sometimes I do hook it on backwards. I'm like usually like I'm like bad at it, but I'm usually not that bad. I just got overwhelmed with the stream and everything. So awkward. So, guys. Yeah. What is the Stardew Valley? I only know Stardew Valley. Reef is so funny and cute. Reef will be like, "Oh yeah, Chris and I are playing Stardew Valley." They are going to kidnap me when I go to Florida, and I'm gonna be their third. Sky, I'm not finishing the chapter today. I'm getting halfway there. I'm not doing that. I have to be up at 7 tomorrow. Thank you, Ma. Thank you. But yeah, I'm like getting halfway through. I'm like stopping around the place that early access stopped. It's taken me 3 days. Oh, I know. I'm just excited. I still have to figure it out with Rose because this stream happened earlier than I was expecting. So I still have to figure out that with Rose. Because I was honestly like willing to just go into it by myself, but Rose was like, "You need me." And I was like, "I trust you, queen." Our text conversation is so funny. I'll read that real quick and then go back. So we were like texting yesterday or 2 days ago. It might have been 2 days ago. I don't understand how time works. It was 2 days ago. So I sent her that like I looked it up. I like word checked it. And I was like, okay, Rose is like slow burn. Ah yes. So, yes. Do you want the official verdict? Rose says, "Do you want the official verdict?" Here's the thing. I explained that I'm doing 2 streams and Rose is like, "Good, good, good." And I'm like, "Nods." And Rose is like, "Uh-huh. And I'm like, "Okay." So Rose is like, "Right. Me, tell me the truth. Do you think, Rose, you're gonna need me? Me? Okay. Hell yeah." It's so funny. I think that exchange is so funny. It's just, I don't even ask her. She's like, "You're gonna need me." It's so funny. Like the number of times we said, "Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh." Oh, I'm so excited. I am so it has been some time since we did GTC with Rose. We did like Choose Company. Like that was a month ago though. My god. Time passes way too quickly and it's scary. Anyway, let me check the She's always prepared. Mira had a strap ready all the way back in chapter 15. Truth nuke, Tegan. Hell yeah. Yeah. We're gonna need our beautiful Rose. Rose, I volunteer as tribute. Rose is more than happy to do it. I'm gonna tell you that. Sigh, bottom mirror. It's been a while. Okay. Get a move on or I'm leaving without you, Mira groans. She pounds on the door, light enough not to scare them, and walks away. Zoe assumes she walks away anyway. She hopes she did. They wait for a couple seconds to make sure. Or a minute. She can't tell. Is it hot in here? Wow, this dress is kind of itchy. Breathable, but Zoe pivots on her heel to stare at Rumi. Like a velvet kicklet? Kicklet? Is that how you say that? These freaking words. I'm like a velvet cichlid. That's how you say it. Freshwater fish of a family, cichlidia, that is widely distributed in tropical. Like a velvet cichlid. She opens and closes her mouth to find something to say. Unlike the common Oscar fish, she feels like she can't breathe. Oh, the Oscar fish! And yet, Rumi just giggles, pulls in close enough to her that their knees brush, and puts her big hand on Zoe's waist to give her a gentle, reassuring squeeze. That was probably her intention, at least. All it does is make Zoe want to die on the spot. But Rumi just whispers, wear it to the party. If you want to, I mean it. It looks gorgeous on you. Zoe opens her mouth, closes it, opens her mouth like a fish again, closes it. Mira, she gets out. The corner of Rumi's mouth twitches, and she tilts her head. She doesn't seem worried at all. Zoe doesn't understand why. She definitely would be. She definitely is, to be quite honest. She'd love it, Rumi says softly. Believe me. How would you know that? Because she loves you, Rumi answers. Just trust me, okay? Wear it if you like it. I promise you don't have anything to worry about. Zoe loosens a breath. She wishes she could have something to brace on, like a dresser or an end table, but it's all the way on the other side of the bed. She fidgets with her hands instead. Promise? She jokes weakly. But Rumi's answer comes out firm and serious. Promise. Then Rumi reaches out to squeeze her hand, warm fingers on hers, and as she adds, but Mira's right. I have to go before Bobby has a meltdown again. You'll be okay here? More than okay, she squeaks out. Rumi's smile is one of relief. Good, good. I'll see you there. I'll see you there, Zoe repeats, because she doesn't know what else to say. Then Rumi starts to leave, but not before she leaves a chaste peck on the corner of Zoe's eye and murmurs against her cheek. Wear the dress if you like it. It'll drive Mira crazy. Her hand lingers on Zoe's back. Bare, she realizes, because it's a fucking backless dress. And she hadn't really let that sink in because she's so warm. And Rumi disappears. We get a transcript! Guys, if you weren't here for the Two's Company stream, you need to know how much I love transcripts. I love a transcript format. Like I saw that transcript format and I was like, oh, hell fucking yes. So the next section is Rumi POV, and I'm gonna like quickly check the comments and go on because I already like took a break. Warm again. Uh-oh. It's getting hot in here. Bottom Mira, come home. The kids miss you. Okay. Rumi POV. Transcript for... I'm going to look up what this is because I need to... Midnight Applause with Han Yoo-jun, excerpt Seoul, South Korea. Okay. Midnight Applause. Oh, I'm guessing this is like a talk show. Time requested 16 hours? Yeah, 16 hours, no, 16 minutes. No, 16 minutes, 58 seconds, 12 milliseconds to 21 minutes, 10 seconds, 14 milliseconds. Okay. Oh, it's going to be hard to... Oh, I might not be able to read the seconds in this one. This is like 16 minutes, 58 seconds, 12 milliseconds to 17 minutes. I'm not going to read the timestamps. Okay, I'm just going to read the characters. Han Yoo-jun. How much were you paid to do that at a company party, Rumi? Rumi? Nothing. Nothing. I promise. It's not like I needed the money for it anyway. Didn't you see the Rolls-Royce Phantom I parked outside by yours? I thought I did a really good job. Audience laughter. My assistant told me that someone hit my fender. That didn't happen to be you, did it? Oh, 100% no. Didn't have a single drop of alcohol in my body when I got here. You might have, though. Hey, those soy sauce shots you took might have had alcohol. You would have known if it had alcohol. I would have made you take a few shots with me backstage before coming up here. Well, thank God I quit alcohol a while back then. Also, I don't know if it's... I'm going to look up something and then... okay. Would you be... Okay. I don't know if that's supposed to be like a man or a woman. Well, thank God I quit alcohol a while back then. You don't happen to have a twin, do you? Whatever for? Well, I was just going to ask how your twin brother was. I saw him tapping a bottle of soju on the table an hour before showtime. Louder audience laughter. It was healing water from my grandmother in Jeju. Oh, come on. You're really trying that in front of the girl who grew up in Jeju? I completely forgot. I'm a terrible host. Someone take me off air right now. Someone cut the commercial before I embarrass myself more in front of this beautiful princess. Audience laughter. But no, no, all jokes, all jokes. You must have had fun growing up in Jeju. They certainly have the best fish. It isn't a good look on you to try to butter up your guests after trying to accuse them of a crime. But yeah, had lots of fun as a kid. The storms weren't fun, but having fresh food from the garden and the sea every day was worth it. I remember running around with my blue butterfly toy whenever Oma wasn't looking. I think I was the reason she started going gray early. Ah, Miyang, Miyang. I think everyone here would agree that having Ru Miyang as a mother sounds like a dream come true. The perfect person to be a mother, if you ask me. Audience cheers! Absolutely, 100%. She was um incredibly good to me. I had a lot of good memories with her. Well, do go on. Oh, no, I couldn't. I don't want to eat up too much of your time talking about silly. Not a single person here minds. Your mother was a national treasure, taken far too soon. I'm sure everyone wants to hear some sillier things about her from the perspective of the child that she had to change poopy diapers for. Oh, well, she was just really good to me, to everyone. She'd always make sure that there was food on the table whenever I woke up from a nap, and um, and she would always pretend to bite my hand whenever I was being too much of a brat. My father used to. Did she ever try biting your foot? Audience laughter. Maybe a couple of times. She always said my feet smelled sour, though. Additional laughter. I remember she had really soft black eyes. I would draw them a lot because my parents liked putting my drawings on the. Ah, was that a joke I missed? Sorry? Your mother had brown eyes, famously so. We used to call her the doe of Korea. Unless you're already forgetting your poor old mother. Don't look at her magazines that often, I'm guessing. Louder audience laughter. No, no, sorry. I meant sorry. My mind's all jumbled from last night's concert. Audience cheers. It was great. It was great. It's just hard to think about anything from when I was a kid. How about being raised by the Kim Celine as a preteen? That was probably really cool as a trainee. That's like getting to pull the my dad's the president card on everyone in your class, no? I try not to do that too often with that. I don't actually remember most of my trainee days other than the caffeine pills and 4 a.m. dance classes. Whoo! Caffeine pills? At age, what was it, 10? What, did Sunlight not have coffee machines for you kids? I would have taken it home. But yeah, the trainee days were pretty fun. Goodness, everything about your life is so fun. You're the luckiest girl in the world. Well, probably not with that whole scandal with your fans watching you through your window. You should have been a little bit nicer. Maybe they wouldn't have shown that light in your eye during your live. You were so dramatic yelling in that video. On your period, I assume. Louder audience laughter. I am killing this. I am killing this, man. They should hire me as your manager. I could have media trained you and gotten you more product placements. Not that you need them in your newest K drama. You lucky girl. I'm surprised you haven't gotten a lottery ticket and tried your luck. Maybe I'll pick one up right after this. Hey, split a 50-50 with me if you win, huh? Some of us don't have as crazy of a life as you do. Some of us just have the regular Rolls Royce. I can always donate one to you. Maybe you can send a few over to your ex-trainees to show them your appreciation. I definitely would want a Rolls Royce for being forced to be next to someone as perfect as you. I would have walked out of the studio the moment I saw you in a survival show, or maybe asked you out. Well, Celine always did say that the second best is just as good as the rest. Maybe not with my footwork, though. Hopefully, my voice distracts you from my two left feet. Audience laughter. But if you can put me into contact with them somehow, maybe I will. I don't remember their names anymore, if I'm being honest. What do you mean you don't remember? You were a trainee just a couple of years ago. And I have jet lag. Audience laughter. Well, regardless, you must have had an incredibly fun childhood. When you stop having jet lag, maybe you should tell us all about it someday. After you tell us about how fun it is to be as good of an idol and actress as you are, I'll try my best to remember your number. Lucky me! Your mother would be proud of you for remembering someone for once. I hope so. Maybe this time people can differentiate between your career and your mother's. So forgetful, the two of you. She couldn't pass the memory game even with the help of her bandmates when she was here in 1997. Yeah. Speaking of your career, what on earth possessed you to write something like Psycho? Yo! Yo! Damn, I was not expecting that! Okay! 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 Speaking of your career, what on earth possessed you to write something like Psycho? Is it about a new boyfriend that you're hiding from everyone? No, never. I'd never break my fans' trust like that again. It was just a song based off of a friend's relation. Requested transcript paused. That was so good! I'm screaming. We are killing that man. Bringing EJ in. Sorry, I was not expected for a psycho bullet. I was not expecting that. I was not prepared. Woo, jump scare. He is so annoying. Yeah. God, I love a transcript. I love a transcript format. I love just like back and forth, back and forth. Zoe, where are you when we need you, girl? Oh, damn. That's really good. I love that. I love that. Ah. I'm so fucking scared right now. The knife is going to go south. Why do I feel like this is going to go south? EJ loves soy sauce shots. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. 525,000. This chapter slapped me in the face like 5 times. Well, I mean, 52K is a lot to get slapped in the face with. So, yeah. 10 years old and on caffeine pills and 4 a.m. dance classes. We need to tear down the fucking system. Like, oh my god. Like, what makes me upset is that this is real. Like, this actually happens. Soy sauce shots are nuts, but not for EJ. I feel like I could do a soy sauce shot. I feel like I could do that. I don't think I would like it, but I can do that. Okay, yeah. Anyways, I'm like, whenever I read a character like that, is like, I'm going to be so over the top and annoying that I won't have to think about how fucking pissed I am at this character right now. Okay. Okay. Sorry, just gonna readjust. Next part is Mira POV. Rumi warns her right before she leaves that she needs to make sure she's sitting down when Zoe opens the door to do her little outfit twirls. Mira doesn't really take that too seriously. She's seen Zoe get dressed enough times to know that all she needs to do is pinch her arm behind her back and all will be well. Oh girl, you are not ready. We better have fan art of this moment. And you know what? With the output of this fandom, I believe we do. Yay, Mira POV. Like, man, I am excited. Except Zoe coming out in a high bun and her backless dress, twirling, smiling, and giggling about how fun it is to spin in this thing, makes her heart leap right into her throat and makes her want to die on the spot. Like, die. She almost does. She's pretty sure she doesn't breathe even when she leans in to fix the locket against Zoe's pretty collarbone and whispers, "Hello, beautiful girl." Or when they get into the car, and even then, Mira feels like she isn't breathing. Even when she hands the keys of the rental car to the valet, or when they enter and someone nods to her without so much as having to ask who she is, or when Zoe gasps at the giant champagne tower and she much prefers this kind of party setting to the ones her parents throw in stuffy ballrooms that pose fire safety risks with their omission of windows. It's much less crowded than she thought, too. Don't get her wrong, there are still people around, but it truly is a party for the elite, an entire floor of the Empire State Building, no less. And at least she has elbow space. She isn't entirely shocked. It's her funny, and Americans don't tend to recognize unless they specifically want to rub elbows with her family, or if they want to point and ask, "Hey, aren't you that girl from the Dior collab?" It's why she tends to like foreign parties more than the ones back in Korea. She likes the anonymity. She likes the anonymity. She likes it a lot, especially when she's next to Zoe, because she can tug on Zoe's waist, hold Zoe's hand, have Zoe hold onto her arm as much as she would like, and no one would be the wiser. There would be no eyes on them. There would be no worry that people will turn their gazes on Zoe and snatch her like vultures. It leaves a small, guilty pang in her heart. She finds that she's been getting those for a while now. All the apologies in the world wouldn't ever rectify this kind of feeling. Sure, she was right to feel pushed away and angry whenever Rumi had to put their relationship to the side, but at least now she gets how hard it probably had been on Rumi. She doesn't want to shield Zoe away. She wishes she could hold up her hand and tell everyone in this party that her plus one is the girl of her dreams and her best friend in the entire world. The only thing that eases the ache is the harmless way Zoe looks around in awe, that big smile on her face while looking at things that Mira considers mundane. Zoe particularly likes the fairy lights that are strung up above them. It makes her eyes twinkle with their reflection, and Mira really wishes she could just grab her face and kiss her on the lips. Not the philtrum, on the lips. But Zoe gets that privilege first. She'd wait 1,000 years if she has to. And if Zoe only ever wants to kiss her on that stupid tiny groove above her lips, that's fine too. As long as she gets to watch Zoe stare at the champagne tower and at the lights like this, she doesn't mind at all. It's what happens when someone is besotted, she supposes, or down in Zoe's words. The ending doesn't matter as long as she gets to be in this space with her, and as long as she knows that Zoe is happy and well. She would throw her fortune down the side of the stupid rooftop if it would make Zoe happy for all she cares. And if it would make Rumi happy too, well, that would be like killing two birds with one stone. Zoe squeezes her bicep again. Mira snorts and dips her chin down to look at her. "Who knew you were the type to get handsier in public?" she teases. Zoe sticks out her tongue at her. The party goes on and on around them, with loud laughs from men heard from the other side of the room, and busy attendants serving guests with warm towels. The attendant with the finger bowl is still coming around to offer it to people, and Mira can still feel the residual laughter clinging to her throat when she recalls Zoe nearly drinking from it when they entered. She tries not to laugh too hard at Zoe about that, though. She knows more than anyone that these things can get a little bit much to most people. Even growing up with it herself leaves her overwhelmed with all the attention. "You can't blame me," Zoe whines, stomping her foot like a petulant child and pressing her cheek against Mira's shoulder. It makes Mira chuckle. because chuckling is the best course of action that isn't squeaking or stammering like a teenage girl at the proximity. This is probably like only the second time I've ever seen you wear a suit. I wanted to see how your arm felt in it. Mira has a wide variety of suits in her clothes in her closet. She should show Zoe sometime and probably admit that she picked one now because this suit matches the dress Zoe's wearing, but she won't. It will probably feel the same way in a dress, Mira answers smoothly. Zoe's face wrinkles at her sarcasm, and Mira lightly bites down on the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing. You know what I mean, Zoe hisses. And no, not really. But what Zoe says is the truth, she supposes. Zoe gives her arm another squeeze. Besides, I like squeezing your arm when the situation presents itself to me. Very nice. Very full. Very. She squishes her cheek to the side to think. Gym rat, she finishes. Well, Mira thinks so. Until Zoe tacks on at the end. Got me more brick than a construction site. Exactly. Zoe never changed. Mira isn't even phased. Is it bigger than Rumi's? She asks casually. I'm not answering that. Zoe deadpans. Mira cocks her head to the side. She didn't think there was anything wrong with what she asked. It was a perfectly innocent question and quite acceptable to ask your best friend and crush if one's ex has a bigger arm than them or not, especially since said ex doesn't like to go to the gym as often, but still has a stupidly good physique and stacks the cable machines twice as much as she fucking does as a new because you're going to rub it in Rumi's face. Zoe begins. Oh, so I do. Oh, or you're going to complain to her. Again, she finishes, unimpressed. No, I'm not, Mira complains. I'm just nosy. Nosy and catty. Zoe squeezes her arm again, and it does, surprisingly, quite a lot to quell her. But if it helps, you have really nice arms, Mimi, she purrs. Thank you, Mira answers, satisfied. They listened to the DJ playing on the other side of the venue. When they came, Zoe had helped with the setup by kindly pointing out that he was just about to press Q on the wrong deck. He's new at the job, if the flush of his cheek has anything to say about it, but Mira likes him because he's so far the only person at the party to thank Zoe and ask for her name. He's playing remixes of pop songs, from what Mira can tell. It's not too bad. At least it's catchy, and that's more than she can say for half the things on the radio nowadays. She had to skip a few stations in the rental car she drove in, and Zoe could barely take a breath to inform her that she skipped a bunch of Saja Boy songs. She doesn't know who they are. Frankly, she doesn't really care. Then Mira turns to look back at Zoe to ask, but are they nicer than. Oh my god! Zoe complains. She swats at her forearm, and Mira snickers. Stop it! You're ruining a nice night out without the kids. What kids? Joe, Barry, and Pickles, duh. Zoe looks genuinely offended that she had to ask. I can't believe you asked me that. The next thing you know, you're going to ask me when Joe was born or what time his baseball game is. You know what time it is, right? Of course I do, Mira says. She's not lying. Zoe's tried to play this thing with her before. There at 4 p.m. every Thursday, every other Friday, he has lacrosse practice. Zoe beams at her, and Mira holds her chin up high in pride. And Barry? Zoe challenges. Ice skating on the Fridays, Joe doesn't have lacrosse. She says easily. Pickles is a homebody, but we try to get him out to bike around the neighborhood so he doesn't get clots in his legs. Something his mother should try to embody. Hey, I walk, Zoe argues. She squeezes Mira's arm again, but this time with some nails digging lightly into her sleeve. Suddenly, Mira regrets wearing suits. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Mira regrets wearing the suit. With a dress, she could probably feel the indents of the nails. I even do wee fits. And I'm very proud of you, Mira says sincerely. She tries her best to keep her smirk down. Thank you, Zoe beams again, and Mira can't wrench her gaze away from it. Not even all the bustle around them, with all the fancy sequins and glitter from everyone's dresses, can make her look away from the pretty flower in front of her. You have very nice arms. Please take the compliment as is. Are my arms the only part of me that you like? Mira teases. And your ass, Zoe says. Mira's eyebrows jump up in surprise. Girl, that shouldn't be a surprise at this point. Like, she's said it a couple of times. She's still not used to Zoe's boldness sometimes. That much she can admit. And your smile. Nice save. Mira drawls. Nice ass. Glad to know all my Bulgarian split squats are helping, Mira says, a little too giddily. She can't help it when it comes to Zoe. You know where else you can do split squats? If you answer that, you can't blame it on the alcohol. If you answer that, you can't blame it on the alcohol, right? Mira muses. You've only had 2 glasses. Who knows? Maybe I'm a lightweight, Zoe argues. I've drank with you before. You are not a lightweight. Maybe being in a car crash changed things. You can't blame everything on being in a car crash. Yes, I can. You and Ruby let me. You and Ruby let me. Because you'll pout if we don't. You're so mean to me, Zoe whines, at the same time that Mira mocks it in the same high pitch. Hey, how'd you know? Because you say that every time you're losing an argument, Mira says, exasperated and amused. I love you, but you really need to find something else to say. I can enroll you in improv classes if you'd like. Get her ass. Excuse you? I'm already a theater kid, Zoe says, offended. It shows. What? Before their bickering can start up again, and probably make the girls next to them walk away like the last unfortunate group to be nestled next to them in this corner, someone comes by with a tray full of champagne glasses. Zoe takes one gratefully, and Mira waves him off politely with a smile. You know these things are free, right? Zoe says, pointing at her glass. I can tell they use the good stuff too. You can barely taste the alcohol. Mira shakes her head. I'm okay, she replies, sincere. I like watching you drink, though. You drink it, though. You make cute faces when you're about to burp. I burped once, Zoe whines. It was a really loud burp, Mira teases. Zoe leans in, eyes wide. Oh shit, do you think anyone else heard? No, Mira lies, because it was a really loud burp, but she allows little white lies when it comes to things like this. Nothing else, though. The music drowned it out. Thank God, Zoe says with a sigh. She takes a big swig of the champagne, and Mira tamps down her grin. She's the only person in this entire party that's throwing back the champagne flutes like shots. It's refreshing to watch. Being with Zoe in general here at this party is refreshing. Sometimes it feels like Zoe gives her a better perspective at these things than a dozen braggy businessmen and rich Nepo babies ever could. All the money in the world can't replace the way Zoe likes to giggle and point at the fact that there's a hidden penis sticker near the guitarist's whammy bar. From the corner of her eye, Mira spots someone across the room staring at them, more like staring at Zoe. He has that glassy-eyed stare that most old men of his caliber do, a drink hanging nearly limp from his sausage fingers. He probably thinks he looks sexy staring at Zoe like that, but he looks more like an exhumed corpse than anything else. She leans in and relays that exact sentiment to Zoe, murmured, of course, because Zoe only likes her shit talking if it makes sure to keep it between them to be nice. If she makes sure to keep it between them to be nice. Zoe snorts. She slaps a hand over her mouth. Mira wishes she could pry her hand away from her mouth and make her laugh as freely as she'd like. Because, for one thing, Zoe's laughter needs to be heard by the stiff people here, and also because she'd like for that old man staring at her to know who really makes her smile. Be nice, Zoe scolds, but she's actively fighting the grin off her face. I am being nice, Mira says with a hum. If I was being meaner, I would have told you to add him onto your bald man list. Zoe snorts, then slaps a hand over her mouth again. Mira grins. I stopped counting in high school, Zoe half hisses, but that twinkle in her eye makes it all worth it. Mira shrugs and answers, then start counting again, duh. Maybe start putting a nickel in a jar every time you see a bald man. I'd be broke just counting the ones here, Zoe says, her mouth twitching. Who says it has to be your nickel? Mira challenges. You don't even carry nickels, Zoe argues back. She bumps Mira's hip with her own. It's a good thing that Zoe's champagne flute has already been drained because she most definitely would have splattered it all over one of their outfits. Not that Mira would have minded. She would buy Zoe as many dresses and suits as she would like, in every color and with as many stitched turtles on them as she could ever imagine. Rumi can handle having the diamonds stitched into the shells or something. I can start carrying nickels if I have to, Mira says simply, waving over a waiter to hail down his tray of spanakopita triangles. Did you did you say spank? Zoe had said the first time. Listen, spanakopita, so good. Did you say spank, girl? We can start a jar to fund male pattern baldness if that interests you. I think my dad's way past that point, Zoe says mournfully. And you're not scared it'll spread to you? Mira teases. Oh, so you hate me, Zumi. You'll hate me and leave me if I go bald. I would not hate you or leave you if you were bald. Zoe sticks out her pinky finger. Promise? Mira rolls her eyes, but she hooks her finger to promise that she would love Zoe in baldness and in health. A more riveting conversation than anything anyone in this room could come up with. That much she knows. Not once does she have to stifle a yawn, which is significantly better than her 10-minute pop-in at parties at the behest of her father. Zoe's constant back and forths about anything and everything on her mind are much more engaging than what rich people and their paragliding adventures can offer her. And she can see exactly why Zoe's stream likes to listen to her talk about the evolution of fins and megalodon theories, megalodon theories so much. They spend the majority of the hour muttering and giggling together instead, huddled in the corner like teenage girls who don't want anything to do with anyone else at a high school prom. It feels much better that way. Mira sees something move out of the corner of her eye. Uh-oh. Zoe glances up at her curiously. What's up? Bald man patient zero is coming over here, she says from the side of her mouth. She takes a swig of her club soda. What? Why? Zoe looks over, and Mira grabs her chin to make her look away. Well, don't look, Mira scolds between her chuckles. He probably sees how much fun we're having and wants to join in on it. Now, act natural. How do I do that? Zoe asks in a panic. She looks up at Mira, wide eyed and chest tight as she breathes. Mira is starting to feel bad. You said I didn't have to talk to anyone here. What do I? Mira slips her hand over her waist. Zoe's rambles die slowly on her tongue, and Mira tries not to smirk. You'll be fine, she promises quietly. Just follow my lead. What lead? I legitimately can't even make the stupid. Oh my god. I legitimately can't even make the same stupid face you're making right now, Zoe whines. Mira snorts and slips her hand away from her waist. She feels Zoe sway right against her hip, as if to chase her touch again, and it makes her breath hitch enough that she has to remind herself to respond. Just watch, she only says, gently kicking the side of Zoe's kitten heels. And if it will make you feel better, he's about to say that you look absolutely radiant in that dress tonight. Zoe eyes her suspiciously. How do you know that? Mira shrugs. It's their only move. Half a second later, Bald man patient zero comes up to them. He greets Mira first, as some of the people at the party already have after recognizing her stature, evident in the way she carries herself, and says, I hope the party is treating you as nicely as everyone else here. I don't believe we met, Miss. Mira's fine, she says simply. She only attaches the kang when she has to, like a loaded gun on the table. They shake hands, a brief up and down as her family had taught her when she was 3. I'm here on a business trip with friends. You seem like you seem like you know your way around the place. That's Mira, right? I'm here on a business trip with friends. You seem like you know your way around around the place. Bald man brightens. Oh, I sure hope I do. I've lived in New York since I was 22, he says with a burly laugh. Mira indulges him with a short laugh of her own. Let me show you around New York sometime. You'd love it. I'm sure I would, she answers simply. He doesn't seem to understand or mind the subtle rejection. He turns to Zoe instead, who curls in slightly when his gaze finds her, and Mira puts a reassuring hand on her back. She feels Zoe melt into her touch. This must be your friend, Bald Man says happily. I must say, you look absolutely radiant in that dress tonight. Zoe snorts. Mira looks away to fight off a grin. Then Zoe slaps a hand over her mouth, giggles a little behind it, then sucks in a deep breath to wheeze out, Sorry, got a funny video stuck in my head. Bald man raises his eyebrow at her. She's pretty sure he introduced himself when he extended his hand to her, but she really doesn't like remembering what men have to say to her. Would you mind sharing the details of that video? He asks curiously. Zoe's eyes widen in alarm. Just a video of a friend snoring on the couch. Mira answers for her. She's spaced out enough times when talking to people at parties to have a dozen excuses in her back pocket. This one isn't even really a lie. You wouldn't think someone that small can you wouldn't think someone that small can sound like that, but life has a way of surprising you. It really does. Zoe nods her head eagerly in agreement. Bald man looks back and forth between them in surprise. Oh, well, I wouldn't want to intrude. Not at all, Zoe says quickly. Mira snickers and Zoe pinches her underneath her jacket. She doesn't yelp too loudly this time. Bald man looks back and forth between them awkwardly. He doesn't really say much to them after that. He just mutters something about the champagne tasting wonderful, tells them to have a good night, and to enjoy the performance coming up with a special guest that his buddy had invited, and slips away. They wave until he's out of earshot, and Zoe turns so sharply over to her that Mira can't help but let out a bark of laughter. What? Mira asks giddily. How did you know that? She cries out. I told you, Mira says defensively, softening the blow by grabbing 2 mini quiches from a nearby server and handing one to her. These people don't know anything else to say. I'm half convinced most of them are robots that the uber rich created so that they didn't look lonely at their parties. I really need to stop making you watch conspiracy icebergs with me when we're eating, Zoe complains. They're very interesting, Mira defends lightly. She watches Zoe happily chew on the mini quiche, which she'll never reveal is over half $1,000 with that one bite alone. No fucking way. And adds, if it helps, for once, I agree with a man. You look beautiful in that dress. Zoe swallows thickly, but she smiles. You'd say that even if I were in pajamas, she argues. And it would be true, Mira answers simply. Zoe hits her lightly in the rib. It doesn't bother her, as long as Zoe knew that she meant it. Then Zoe moves on to the topic of how the venue should start remixing some Seabat, whatever that means. then something about how she then something about how she can't wait to curl up at home and finish the K-drama that she left off with. Mira listens to it all, nodding and asking questions when she needs to, while she evaluates the way that Zoe's eyes dart around the room and how her fingers rake on the skin of her other arm. All things considered, Zoe isn't doing too bad. She isn't floundering like a fish out of water, like Zoe believed she would be. She is not natural here, that much Mira knows. She doesn't stick out like a sore thumb, but an observant eye can pinpoint how wary she seems to be in a dress that fits her too well, or the way she keeps glancing at the door whenever someone new comes in. Zoe is new to her world. Their world, Mira should say. If she's being honest, it makes her more nervous than it's probably making Zoe. She just hides it a tiny bit better. Dating an actress for 2 years would probably have that effect on her. But Zoe is adaptable. She knows more than anyone else on earth how capable Zoe is of adapting to the things around her. A single drop of water that shapes itself to the wall of a giant wave. Except, almost selfishly, Mira hopes that she doesn't lose herself to the conformity of everyone else. She wants Zoe to drive her own path, and she would give any part of herself to make sure that she makes it. Talented people like Zoe don't deserve to be swallowed by the wave. Zoe swats her arm out of nowhere. What? Mira asks with a laugh. Look, look! Zoe hisses, pointing at the makeshift stage on the other side of the venue. It's a small stage, but Mira can tell that it's starting to gather a buzzing crowd and the attention of the spotlights that had been on the DJ just a moment ago. The DJ in question had gone completely silent, with a live band preparing by the corner instead. Oh, Mira knows this setup all too well. Zoe grabs her sleeve with two hands and shakes her around. She's performing, she says excitedly, as if Rumi is still an untouchable celebrity and not the girl who had been snoring in bed that morning right before they left for the bustle of Times Square. It makes Mira laugh. You know she could perform for you anytime you want, right? Probably in other ways too, if Zoe just asks. I know that, Zoe says impatiently. And Mira bites back the urge to ask, are you sure? But just, shush. I want to listen to her in her element. Her element would be a sold out stadium with a 50,000 person capacity and not small business parties like this. But Mira keeps her mouth shut. Honestly, it's a miracle that Rumi had even said yes. She doesn't always entertain these kinds of performances unless there was a huge favor to be cashed in behind it, or if there was an ulterior motive. Not that it would be a bad thing. Rumi knows better than to keep secrets from them now. It's just interesting, she supposes. But her musings disappear when she sees Rumi climb onto the stage, straight backed with a mic in her hand and a mild laugh on her lips as someone helps her up the dingy stairs. Hey, I'm not that drunk, Rumi chides over her shoulder to the man who helps her up. That gets a laugh from most of the venue. She smiles in that beautiful way people always eat up. She looks beautiful. Not pretty, beautiful, just as Zoe is. Beauty in all the right places, in different places, but still beautiful from head to toe, down to the deep black of Rumi's dress and the way that Zoe shyly tucks a hair behind her ear just from watching Rumi. Mira's biggest struggle is trying to watch Zoe while she watches Rumi. She enjoys watching Rumi talk to the audience with her sultry voice, the voice that she uses to gain her audience's warm trust through light jokes and banter that Rumi would never be capable of off the stage, as much as she enjoys watching Zoe's delighted mini hops from the heels of her feet. It's painfully addictive going back and forth watching the two of them. Mira is accustomed to being spoiled in her life, making it easy to pick favorites, songs, dinner courses, the brands she models for. In nearly every department, she has choices. She has endless choices to choose from. And oftentimes, those choices are easy to make. Not here. She can't imagine making a choice between watching someone so radiantly beautiful on stage and someone wearing a joy so bright it's blinding. No one would dare to make the choice between food and water or the sun and the stars. Mira doesn't want to be the person who starts. There is no choice for her to make between the two of them because the choice has always been to let them belong together. A sun to help the flowers bloom and to give her gardening hands something to tend to. Choices like these are never one or the other. As promised, Rumi doesn't give them a full concert, just a taste, with three of her more popular songs sung an octave lower and with a live band to compensate for it. It's more than enough to get the entire venue roaring for her. Even a crowd of older people, an unusual demographic for Rumi fans, still ends up wrapped around her finger. Typical. Rumi has that effect on everyone. Even on Mira, who can feel herself falling every time Rumi closes her eyes and smiles to herself while she sings. She can feel each dip of her heart every time Rumi lets loose like that up there. The sigh that knocks out from her chest feels so intimately close to the caress of the violin of her song. Rumi scans the crowd as she sings. It's something she always does whenever she knows Mira would be in the crowd. Half the time, she never sees her, but Mira has always appreciated the effort. She's always enjoyed knowing that she could make Rumi look for her in a vast ocean and a constellation of strangers. And Zoe, who claps along beautifully and perfectly to the beat of the song when the others around them hardly can, and how she hums along with pretty curled lips and freckles that shine under the lights. She looks straight out of a fairy tale with the way she giggles and cheers Rumi on, even from all the way back here. A fairy tale princess whom Mira wishes she could sweep up in a tower like a dragon to protect forever. She's proud of herself when, by the tail end of Rumi's last song, her eyes find a way to look at both Rumi and Zoe. Rumi and Zoe. When people say that the heart breaks in two, that means there's two to give, isn't there? Zoe smiles, big and wide, as she claps for Rumi as she wraps up the song. She looks over at Mira, looks back at Rumi, then does a double take when she sees something on Mira's face. What? What? She asks, seemingly breathless from Rumi's performance. Nothing, Mira says, softer than she intended. Zoe tilts her head. Are you sure? Mira laughs, so breathlessly that she's surprised her knees don't buckle. I love you, she just says. And I think you're so beautiful. Mm. Mm. The smile that Zoe gives her makes it so worth it. I think you're beautiful too, Zoe teases, reaching for her hand to squeeze. And I love you too, you big doofy. Mira can see Rumi beginning to descend from the stairs. She's smiling and waving, as she always does, with lips that curl too tightly at the corners. Beautiful, even when she's restrained. One of these days, Mira hopes she can see Rumi smile on a stage without worrying that she's keeping her smile in check. From the other corner of her eye, she can see someone rambling their head off to the DJ they spoke to. Poor guy has his head down low, and Mira can practically see the anger rolling off the other guy in waves. He's bald too, but that was typical. You can see Zoe frowning next to her. You should jump in and help, Mira says, jerking her head to the side in their direction. Zoe whips her head over, eyes wide. What? Me? She forces out a laugh. What am I supposed to do? Well, you already helped the first time. Mira muses. Aren't you spending, what, 20,000 a year to 55,000? Zoe corrects solemnly. Oh, the American college system. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I'm not even gonna think about how much Mira hisses through her teeth. Even for her, that's not a good sign. That much to study something like this? Mira finishes. Not DJing, but you know. She doesn't know enough about music production to know if she's making sense or if she's accidentally offending her. But Zoe just laughs, eyes crinkling at the corners, and her shoulders drop in relief. I don't want to leave you here, Zoe whines. Someone else is making a beeline towards them. Not for Zoe this time, and definitely not a bald man to add onto Zoe's list. Just a red-faced man with a head full of hair and a handful of wine who looks too familiar from all her time she was forced into meetings in Seoul with her family. God damn it. She tilts her head to the side to show Zoe where she's looking. Rumi, naturally, because who else if not the girl in front of her? And Zoe's eyes drift. Mira tries not to smirk at the way Zoe melts at the sight of her. I'll come meet you both when I'm finished, Mira says. And when you're done being a good little Samaritan, she teases. You don't want to come with me? You don't want to come with me? Zoe sounds genuinely mournful. And Mira wishes she could take her hand and walk right over to Rumi with her. But business is business, and such is life. For now, she hopes. I do. I will. I just need to talk to someone, Mira says. Then she clarifies when Zoe raises her eyebrows in concern. Just business stuff. Mingle with Rumi for me. Avenge me. Count all the bald men you see and whatever. Mimi, Zoe whines. If I could kick my family to the curb and run away with you, you know I would. Mira jokes. Not really. Hailing over a server to present them yet another plate full of foods that she knows Zoe would like. Besides, I won't be too long, and you'll fix that guy's problem in a flash. If they take too long, you know I'd fucking kill them myself. Zoe huffs in amusement. They both know how little patience Mira has when people don't get to the point with her. Endless patience with her girls, and none for everyone else. Fine, Zoe relents, and Mira hands her a quiche as an olive branch, which she gladly takes. Uh, call one of us when you're done. I want to tell you both about this really cool video that I saw the other day about what scientists think a megalodon megalodon. Ah. Words are hard. I'm not drunk. I'm just tired. Megalodon. About this really cool video I saw the other day about what scientists think a megalodon might have actually looked like. Of course, Sumi, Mira says happily, and my chair sunk. Of course, Sumi, Mira says happily. She gives Zoe's side a gentle pinch, laughing under her breath when Zoe squeaks. She goads, now go. She has a surprise for you tonight, you know. Wait, really? Zoe looks over at her in shock, but Mira is already turning her shoulder to greet her friend. Wait, what are you? Mark, Mira greets. Mark, Mira greets smoothly, and Zoe huffs at her side. She has to bite down on the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing. Zoe doesn't wait around for too long. Mira is grateful for it. The sooner she helps with the belly, what is it? The sooner she helps with the belly, what? How do you read that? Bellich. Ah! I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Oh wait, fuck. Belly. 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 Ow! Belly. Beleaguered. 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 Ledger. Belly. Beleaguered. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Beleaguered. Guys, these fucking words. This is why when you do an audiobook, you read it out loud first so you know which words that you can't pronounce. But I don't have that privilege. The sooner she helps with the beleaguered, the sooner she can be with Rumi. It would be nice if it was both of them. But Zoe is just the right fit. That's it. Oh, okay. This is more fun anyway. Listen. Fucking Megalodon. I cannot. Is that it for tonight? Do you want to know a spoiler for your keyword to know where EA was cut off so you can stop there? Can you just let me know when I come there? Megalodon. 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 Oh my god. I've never seen the Amazing Digital Circus. You want to know a spoiler for you, of course, keyword? Yeah, that would be helpful. Yeah, okay, let me take a break. I was like, is that the middle, or I can't tell. I can't tell if we're halfway through or not yet. Hello. But yeah, I would appreciate a keyword. Jay, when did you come here? God. Take it easy on yourself. Oh, that's make it easy. When you see the line force feeding. Awesome. Awesome word. Awesome word. Awesome word. Totally not scary. What do you mean? Megalodon. Megalodon? Megalodon. Oh, I mean, check the YouTube. Something that's only an inside joke. Yeah, I don't get to check the chats this often with JTC, so. Do share with the class, Mira. What other ways have you seen Ruby perform? Interesting. I mean, do we really need that answered out loud? I feel like we're all pretty aware. Mega, please get these girls a room, Dawn. Oh my god. Megalodon. Okay. This is the last line break. It's halfway through this scene. Question. Would it be better if I went through the end of this scene, like until the POV shift, or stop at the early access, like checkpoint? Much to consider. Much to consider. I'm just gonna look very vaguely like how long this part is. Okay. I feel like I can go end of this scene. Okay, the EA is a POV ship. Plot twist, do the whole thing. I can't. I literally can't. Like, I do not have the energy. The last time I tried to do like 40k word chapter and I was done. Oh, stop at the early access. Okay. Don't quote me on it. Okay. All good. Let's just see how far along. She needs sleep at some point tonight. I do. Especially since I've been sleeping very bad and I have had 9 a.m. call times and had to wake up at 7 because my 9 a.m. call times are in New Jersey. I think stop at force feeding if you want the EA slight cliffhanger. Do I do the cliffhanger? I don't know. Tis up to you. It won't make much difference, but for the authentic experience. And a very bad day for Artie. True that. For the cliffhanger. I do think the cliffhanger might be fun. Well, that's all good. I will finish the scene. Let's see what I feel. Let's just keep going. And I'm going to put on more of this because my lists are so chopped. Hey. You can also see once you get there. Yeah. Hi again, Zoe shouts, popping up next to the DJ, Daniel. She remembers his name. Very frat boy. She's met many of those in her college classes. Granted, not as nice as this Daniel, so it's an easy name to remember. Both Daniel, the DJ, and the mean dude startle at the sight of her. What's wrong? She asks, unperturbed, even though her heart is beginning to race 1,000 miles a minute in her chest. She doesn't want to seem like she's overstepping, but she's been in poor Daniel's position before, and she can't just sit by and let it happen to somebody else. This idiot's not doing anything I'm paying him to do, Daniel's friend screams. He points accusingly at his set. It won't start up again. I'm sorry, Daniel stammers, hands up to his chest. I think I accidentally Windows restarted my laptop. It'll only be a couple. I need it up. I'll figure it out with him, Zoe blurts out. Just give us space, please. He glances back and forth between her and Daniel, clearly aggravated. He huffs and rubs his hand through what's left of his hair, and Zoe presses her lips together. All those stories of rich dudes being overly demanding from Mira are really no joke, huh? 2 minutes and I come back to throw both of you out, he snarks. He's out of sight before Zoe can explain that she isn't part of this, but oh well, he's gone. At least that'll give her motivation to get this crack-a-lackin'. No pressure at all. She's definitely not sweating like a sinner in church. She cracks her knuckles and exclaims, Okay, walk me through it? Daniel's Adam's apple bobs nervously. You don't have to do this, really. You already... Nah, it's cool, she says breezily. Patch me in, DJ Dan. You got USBs, me boy? He nods frantically and fishes in his pocket. Beaut. Plug it in and load something safe. No, not that. That, yeah. You're going to clip the master, so bring the trim down. Okay. Set your cue properly this time. Why is your quantize off? I was trying something earlier, he mutters. Maybe don't do that when you're doing a gig, she chides gently. The rest is easy. Relinking, yelping at him to move his elbow before he hits the crossfader on the jog wheel, stuff like that. Mistakes that she's had to learn on the fly at her own gigs in high school. Her gigs like this were the only reason she could ever get into parties without having to sneak in, so she has good practice in making sure that she makes everything sound good so that she can be invited again. When all is said and done, Daniel the DJ huffs a big sigh of relief. Poor boy was shaking from head to toe. Before she can open her mouth to reassure him or give him a good old hug, she hears a small smattering of claps. Alarmed, Zoe pivots and looks over to see a small crowd gathered beneath a DJ set. Not a lot, but enough that it has her warm from the top of her head to her shoulders. She holds up a weak hand to wave at them with a wobbly smile. Dan's good old buddy is already talking to him, muttering, but not sounding nearly as angry as before. He shouldn't be if music is already blasting through the entire venue as it should. His friend brushes past him to hold out a hand to her, which she hesitantly takes. It's a quick up and down pump of the hand, strong and quick, that nearly knocks her off her feet and has her falling off the mini stage. Jesus, rich people grips are way too strong. You work for anyone? He grunts. She shakes her head, eyes wide. Oh, no, I want to help out. I don't even live in New York. Where? Burbank, she replies, then tacks on a nervous, Sir. He nods his head, slowly and deliberately. If he had a beard, he would be stroking it by now. I have friends in Burbank, he says, his voice a little far away. He digs into his coat pocket to produce a card to hand to her. Call me if you ever need another gig. I might have just the thing for you. Oh, thank. Oh, and he's gone, she says with a huff. DJ Dan takes her hand between his and shakes it gratefully. Zoe tells him over and over that she doesn't mind helping a fellow musician. DJs stick together and all that jazz. She pats down the front of her dress for any potential dust as she walks down the stairs, then nearly bumps straight into someone's chest. An apology is on her lips when she looks up, only to meet a curved, dorky smile and earrings that glitter gold in the artificial sunlight. It brightens her day, night, before she can even help it. Not that she'd ever want to help it. Rumi makes her life so much better, and there's no reason for her to ever repress that. Zoe almost flings herself into her arms. She really, really wants to. She wants to fling herself at Rumi and tell her how good she was on stage singing, even if it was for a handful of songs that had an acoustic, mellower band and with none of those fancy pyrotechnics like at her other shows that she sees on her FYP. She really doesn't think Rumi needs all of that to show off how good she is. But they're in public, and Zoe knows what comes with the deal. So she steps back and twiddles her thumbs, and for a moment, Rumi's smile slips. To remedy her mistakes, Zoe jokes, Don't you think I'd be a kick ass DJ in another life? That brings Rumi's smile back. You can be one now if you want to be, Rumi says sincerely. A DJ setup can't cost that much. Sometimes you say things and it makes me want to punt you into the sun, Zoe deadpans. Rumi tilts her head and she feels bad for saying it. I'm kidding, she says quickly, then clears her throat. So, how was being on a stage again? Oh, that was Zoe. So, how was being on a stage again? I mean, it's not as cool as being in a stadium, but she makes random motions with her hands. It hopes that it can at least convey a semblance of what she's trying to say. Rumi laughs. It was nice, Rumi says sincerely. Her hand slides over Zoe's waist, and the noise that comes out of her is hardly human. Squeaky and loud, more like. But mostly, I was looking forward to being with you and Mira, she says, just as sincerely. Zoe wants to find the nearest pond to drown in. Maybe the champagne tower will do. I thought you said, she stammers, eyes darting back and forth around them. I told you, Rumi says, shrugging, but giving the two of them enough space between their hips to at least have some form of deniability that they left room for Jesus. Your audience is barely here. And the only people who watch your content here either have bright pink or purple hair. I think the purple looks nicer, but it's your audience, so I can't judge. Zoe lets out a small laugh. She's still uneasy. She wants to step out of Rumi's space, and Rumi seems to sense it. She lets go of Zoe's waist, and they both take a mirrored half step away from each other. Stop dunking on my career, Zoe complains. I'll have you know, I have 1.5 million followers. Very proud of you, sweet pea, Rumi teases. The corners of her eyes crinkling. It's rare to see that on her out here. And I didn't just mean yours. None of my audience is here either. No one brought a light stick out while I was performing, so... Zoe snorts. You know, if someone said that they didn't know who you are, they'd be the crazy one, right? Rumi laughs, but the crinkles in her eyes are gone, and her lips have pulled back to seem more demure than anything else. the kind of laugh that Rumi uses when she's on stage. Definitely not the kind when she's alone with Zoe and Mira. Sorry, Rumi says, her voice low with guilt. I thought maybe that being bold was something you'd want. Not if it makes you uncomfortable, Zoe answers with a frown. Doesn't make me that uncomfortable, Rumi argues. Still does. Rumi loosens a breath, not necessarily vexed at Zoe's insistence, but almost, maybe, probably, somehow fond. Zoe finds her the most confusing in that regard. Cute, but confusing. Then at least walk around with me, Rumi says softly, unless you're waiting for Mira. She subtly preens, but Zoe knows that hair-touching move anywhere. Where is she? Business emergency, Zoe informs her, and Rumi presses her lips together in mild disappointment. She teased Rumi about her big old crush on any other day, but she is a little scatterbrained at the moment. We don't have to walk around together. I don't want anyone getting suspicious. There's nothing to be suspicious of here, Rumi says, eyes darting over her shoulder to look. If people ask, I can just say that I met a beautiful girl who came here with a friend of hers and that we hit it off. Zoe's heart flips. You know that makes you sound gay, right? It comes off much more horribly teasing than she means to. Rumi clears her throat, a little pink in the cheeks. I met a girl? She corrects. She can't stop her giggles even if she tries. At least she tries to keep them to a minimum. Close enough, Zoe says happily. Well, take it away, girl who I met at a private party. How far apart is acceptable for strangers to be standing from each other? Like, Rumi thinks about it. Arm's length? Let's try for elbow length, Zoe gently suggests, and Rumi breathes out a puff of air in agreement. They shift until they're parallel to each other, two clumsy magnets that want to press close but keep rubbing the wrong directions. It makes them giggle, at the very least, and Zoe is thankful that they don't have to pretend that they're not being awkward. It doesn't take long for them to be approached by people. A group of slightly drunk men come to greet them and praise Rumi for her sound. Unsurprisingly, they wholly ignore Zoe, other than to let their gazes paint over her before they turn their attention back to the woman of the hour. Zoe isn't even offended. She's had worse offenders than that. Rumi doesn't think so, though. She frowns when they leave, and she looks at Zoe to murmur, You don't have to stand that far from me. I want people to know that I'm here with you. What if you bite? Zoe teases, but she complies and slides about half an inch closer. I don't bite, Rumi says, so sincerely that Zoe almost feels bad for making the joke. You know I wouldn't with you. Zoe drops her chin to look up at her through her eyelashes, a coy smile on her lips. What if I ask nicely? Watching Ruby's face grow a slight shade pinker makes her giggle. She doesn't care if it draws attention to them. She wants everyone in the room right now to see how pink Rumi is, honestly. Zoe, Rumi hisses. What? Zoe whines, rubbing Rumi's rib with her elbow. Don't strangers flirt? If they're drunk, which neither of us are, Rumi reminds her. Zoe cocks her head. That could change. Do you want me to call someone over? Do I just raise my hand or... Rumi chuckles and shakes her head. It's fine, unless you want a quiche. Mira already loaded me up on quiches. No worries, Zoe sing-songs. Of course she did, Rumi mutters. What was that? Nothing, Rumi says quickly. She clears her throat and holds out her hand to usher Zoe in front of her to walk. Let's meet the rest of the party, unless you want to stay by the punch bowl and spike it with milk or something. Look, I know you're joking, but just know that I almost legitimately considered it when we were packing up at the house. The two men they meet are slightly kinder than the other group. They greet them both, then do that little routine of complimenting Rumi that everyone else has been rightfully doing for what Zoe assumes to be the bulk of the night. Before they leave, they at least turn to say hi to Zoe. Rumi's right about the audience here. No one seems to recognize her, other than to thank her for solving the DJ issue if they had been among the lucky few to see the kerfuffle, though a few people here and there compliment her dress and tell her that it suits her eyes. Rumi almost always chuckles along in agreement, albeit with that slightly murderous look in her eyes when she catches someone looking Zoe up and down for too long. Zoe prefers meeting the old ladies. Their conversations are always short and sweet, and they always offer her candy before they leave. She's grateful for the pockets in this dress for her to safekeep it. It doesn't take long for Rumi to forget herself, if that's the right way Zoe should. I see. Is the cliffhanger right when they're like super drunk and they're about to kiss or some shit? We'll see. We'll see. Um, they come closer and closer together. Well, they come closer and closer together with each new person they talk to. With each new person who asks, "And why are you coming? And who are you coming here with?" And Rumi responds with, "Well, this is Zoe. She came along with Mira as a plus one." They only seem to get closer. "What do you do for a living?" is the second most popular question they ask Zoe. "Have you met my son at another event?" is the third. "I'm sure you two would get along great." Which Zoe is sure is a good sign, but she can always feel Rumi step a little closer to her when they tease her with it. How Rumi stiffens whenever someone's eyes stay too long on hers. How she can see Rumi's hand twitch at her side whenever someone tries badly and drunkenly flirt with her. She wouldn't say that she can tell that Rumi is being jealous. Jealousy would require some form of sharpness or a nasty look towards her, too, like she's doing something equally wrong to make Rumi feel that way. But Rumi's arm pressing against hers whenever someone laughs a little too loudly, or the way that her smile looks downright vicious and nearly needing the accompaniment of sharp teeth when someone asks Zoe to step out with them, makes Zoe feel warm. It's the right kind of possession, territoriality, she should say. She has never known Ryurumi to be this possessive of her things, but she supposes it makes sense. Rumi has never had to tug or fight for what she wants or has. It makes her a little giddy that even faced with the mildest form of pushback, Rumi sinks her teeth in and tries not to let go. She wonders if Mira had ever had to deal with something like this, with how beautiful Mira is and all the people who must want her right in front of Rumi. On the contrary, she wonders if Mira had ever dealt the same with Rumi, or if Mira would act the same way with her if she traded places with Rumi right now. Rich, spoiled girls, Zoe is learning, are so much more devoted, attentive. Something about having everything makes them want even more somehow. There's something almost imperious about it all, but never in a way that's too much. Mira and Rumi, certainly not Rumi, have never ever been too much for her. She can always feel Rumi's warmth orbiting closer and closer until eventually someone asks her, point blank, "Whose girl is this?" And Rumi finally puts her hand on the center of Zoe's bare back, warm to the touch, and answers with that gorgeous and dazzling Rumi smile on her face. "This is Mira's girl." "I'm yours too," Zoe wants to beg. "Tell them that I'm yours too." But that would be far too greedy of her to ask. So she lets Rumi say what she wants, do what she wants, and she finds herself reveling in it somehow. Any Rumi Nation fan would kill to be in her position. That much she knows. She still has to pinch herself every morning to know that this life is real, but sometimes it still feels like it isn't. It certainly doesn't feel real at all when the people praising Rumi start to be replaced by people praising her. For her thinking on the spot with the DJ, which she still thinks isn't a big deal at all. They ask about her future and what projects she'd like to make, and for once, Zoe doesn't feel like they're only asking to be polite. Her mouth goes on and on about music production and Foley before she can find the right words, but no one seems to mind. Mira's girl loves everything about music. Rumi introduces with that charming smile, and Zoe almost wants to punch her in the rib to get her to stop being so charming. Have you ever scored something? Someone asks her curiously, not in that tone that school kids have often used to mock her. Short films? Feature lengths? Short films for electives a few times, yeah, Zoe answers casually. They're pretty fun, but I really like producing actual music for, artists and stuff. Maybe even for myself. Mostly artists though, because, you know, she forces out a laugh. Have you produced your own stuff? Of course I have. A lot of demos. Filled up a couple of hard drives, and WAV files don't really take that much space, so you could imagine. She laughs again. It's getting hot in the room. And lyrics? Another asks, are you a lyricist? Zoe bobs her head up and down. Mm-hmm. I wish I had my, could you sketch out a song in your head if I gave you a genre? Do you have a favorite instrument to work with? Are you planning to stay in Burbank forever? The little group gathered there seems to be interested in her ideas somehow. Imagine that. Someone being interested in the things that she has to say. She can't help but wonder why. Rumi seems to have the answer, but the way she keeps nudging Zoe and smiling in that slightly rehearsed way, like she doesn't want to upset Zoe over something she's holding back, is confusing. This is the first time Zoe's ever really stepped foot in their magic world. She doesn't know if she's allowed to eat the Turkish delights or the pomegranates or whatever. She doesn't know the rules. She just wants to know why they're asking her so many questions about how much experience she has and why they keep complimenting her on her talents when she's barely shown them anything. She wants to ask Rumi so badly. She wants to ask for help, but she doesn't ever want to seem helpless. She doesn't want to keep asking. So Zoe smiles and keeps her teeth concealed whenever she beams at them, and she answers all of their questions as honestly as she can. If they're overstepping, she trusts that Rumi would do something to get them to back off, or she would herself. She's sure she knows where to draw the line when it gets too much. The line is quite thin, she'll be honest, but at least it never breaks under tension. She can take a lot of punches and rolls and oh, Rumi is leaning over to someone whispering to her and she's walking away. Zoe instinctively grabs onto her wrist. Embarrassed, she lets go and hopes that Rumi hasn't noticed. Maybe Rumi drank enough backstage before her performance to forget about something like this. Rumi doesn't make fun of her for it, though. She just smiles and grabs Zoe's hand again to squeeze it before slipping out and telling her softly, I'll be back. They just want me to review something with my stage footage. Mira should be looking for you now, actually. Will you be okay? Yes, Zoe lies. Go, you big ass Nepo baby. That gets a laugh. She likes making Rumi laugh. She likes being a little useful. She hasn't seen Mira around anywhere for the past few minutes. Or has it even been 5? It's felt like an eternity, but it could honestly have only been 2 or 1, maybe 30 seconds. Jesus, she's bad with time. But the point is that she's defenseless now, and they keep bombarding her with questions about labels, collaborations, if she's willing to ghostwrite, if perhaps she'd like to try a 3-month contract out in NYC. Why her? Zoe can feel her palms sweating, cold and slick. She's taken her 3rd champagne flute in the last however fucking long because she needs something to hold without looking a dork fidgeting with her fingers, and they still won't stop talking to her. All she did was help someone with a DJ setup. It was hilariously easy to help, and anyone with a YouTube tutorial on their phone could probably have had that up in less than 10 minutes. She didn't do anything special. She isn't special. Why are they assuming that she has something good to offer just because she's talking about her notebooks and her home setup? Those suck. Those would never be as good as something that Rumi or someone signed with an actual label could make. Are you working with a management company right now? Someone presses, a drained flute clutched in his hand. I know someone I know some good people who could sign you. Very good people. You'd be in good hands. How about relocation? Another asks, slightly gentler, just slightly. I mean, I don't know if I'll be in Burbank forever, but she says weakly. You should be thinking about the long term, a woman insists. You need access to things, don't you? A home studio can only get you so far. Your studio is only, what, a $5,000 setup? Laughter erupts around them, and Zoe gets a little warm. We can offer you spaces that triple that easily. I don't know, Zoe says, her voice small. She swallows back her shyness and takes a deep breath. I mean, all I did was fix a stupid DJ thing. I wasn't. A couple of us heard you singing while Rumi was on stage, one supplies. And we can tell that you have a spark in you, Joey. Here we go again. Another exclaims. We want to make sure you reach your fullest potential. Your cute, innocent act is something that a lot of people enjoy these days. You'd be a success, even if you just want to stay off the cameras and produce in the background. Their friend negotiates further. I'm not. She starts quietly, but her voice fails her before it can grow teeth sharp enough to defend herself. Oh, see? Isn't she so cute? Someone says, turning to look at her friends who nod vehemently. You clearly know how to position yourself if you're rubbing elbows with someone like Rurumi. And who's that girl you came with? Mira Kang? A man whistles low, impressed. That girl's father practically owns half of Korea, doesn't he? Laughter, then elbowed ribs, and a light admonishment from a friend who says, Say south before you get in trouble with someone here. It makes Zoe bristle. Before she can say something to defend herself, or Mira, or Rumi, another woman teases, You're a strategic young lady, and we can all see that. We want to help you. We can sign you to any label you want. Pick up the litter. You don't even have to commit to moving out yet, another pipes out. You can wait until. Oh, please, somebody snaps, sounding much more irritated and tired than the rest of the group. The woman barely has to push her way to the front of the crowd. They part for her like she's untouchable. Let the poor girl breathe. Cornering her at a party is hardly the way to sign someone respectable to anything. Zoe would recognize that voice. Oh, shit. Oh, please. Zoe would recognize that voice anywhere. It's an offering of opportunities, one bravely defends. Force feeding is hardly an offer, Celine snarks. Oh, that's good. That's fucking good. That's so fucking good. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Oh, shit. Damn, that's good. Damn, mother has arrived. LMFAO. Force feeding is hardly an offer. Crazy. Oops, gotta read GTC now. When did she get here? Oh, I'm pretty sure she's been here if Rumi's performing. Damn. Do I I'm gonna stop there. That's really good. That's really good. Force feeding is hardly an offer. Mm-hmm. That's your Sunlight Sisters bias, baby girl. Um That's such a good stopping point. Oh, Bison, I'm stopping here. Yeah. Damn. What time is it? Let's look. It's 9:43. So we do have to stop. It is crazy that was a 4-hour stream and we went through 27K. But that's the thing with GTC that like there are less line breaks, so I'm just like reading and reading and reading mostly. Mhm. Jesus with these cutoffs. Oh, it was 27K, yeah. The whole chapter is 52K. Are we going to be normal about this? Who do you think I am? I'm not gonna be normal about anything. This was what I watched during dinner. This was fun. Oh, thank you. Yay! We made it halfway through The Great Gatsby. But EA. Oh, I don't have a EA either. That's just where the EA people stopped. Um, it is already out. The chapter is already out. Celine to the rescue, apparently. Interesting. Yep, theory time. What theories you got there? Mm. So, when is the official GTC hardcover book dropping? That shit would be so long. That would be so long. Also, the whole transcript section wasn't an EA that was doing the full release. That's good. Oh. Mm, mhm. I mean, they do. Jaime has said that like they might change some stuff from the EA to the uh final chapter release. So that makes sense. That's crazy though. I love that transcript section. Wait, I finished the first part of it, which is the part that I was going to read. We're not moving forward. You mean the 6-book long series? Because it's long. Jaime is the author. Jaime is Arsenite. Jaime Arsenite. I want to be here when you do it next. I need to decide when I'm doing it next. It will either be I will probably do a poll. I will say it right now, y'all. I will probably do a poll on Twitter. So if you don't follow me on Twitter, that's where I do polls. Um, it will either be Saturday morning. It might be a morning stream. Um, it would be like 11 a.m. EST. Their name is pronounced Jaime. It is Jaime. It is like it is spelled like that, but it's pronounced Jaime. Uh, anyways, I'm either thinking Saturday daytime. I also need to ask Rose. My other options are like Sunday night after I load out. Jesus, I will be tired though. Saturday morning, Sunday night, or Monday day. Oh, my forecast schedule. Saturday morning might be the best for me. I am not drunk. I have just been awake since 7 a.m. because I'm doing a show in New Jersey. So, and when I'm sleepy, I tend to look like I'm drunk. And when I'm drunk, I look sleepy. So, being tipsy and sleep deprivation can look very similar. Yeah, especially with me. Like I am a tired drunk. I am a sleepy drunk. Um, but yeah, yes, I will speak with Rose and we'll decide on a stream. Drunk and tired are basically the same thing. I got to the line. Force feeding is hardly an offer, Celine asks. That's where I stopped because that's where EA stopped. Saturday, no. Oh, Rose. Let me message her. Rose. Line one grooming streams, streams Bridgerton more spicy POVs. God, the AI overview is so bad. I just saw Lauren's. I don't know if Lauren's still here, but like Lauren DM'd me. Let us all summon Rose. Um, let me. Hey Rose, The TikTok chat is summoning you. Oh, hmm. Rose, Rose. Damn, Rose has also been busy. Like, damn, life is hard. Anyway, that is where we are ending because I need to eat. I need to eat because I have a school show tomorrow. We're doing a school matinee at 11, which means I need to be there at 9:30, which means I need to be there at 9 because the bus only stops there at 9. If you say Rose in the mirror 3 times. Rose, Rose, Rose. Thank you. Oh, Sunny's still streaming. After you leave here, you should go, if you've read the chapter already, you should go and join Sunny's stream. Sunny is doing the second part right now. So if you want to get to the second part, go check out Sunny on Twitter at Lunar Days. Um, do the foods and hydrates and get some eats. They overheard the last smart reading from Two's company. Okay, let's play a song and end it there. And thank you for joining YouTube, or if you're watching this later, thank you for watching. Bye, everyone. Yeah, do your self cares. Go have food if you haven't. Have waters and eat. Go eat. Bye, everyone. Uh, the buttons on the YouTube change, so I always get confused.